Good morning. Get ready. We'll start in about 5 minutes time. IT, kindly share the Zoom so that we start. Once again, morning to you. We are on session 9, and I'll introduce the presenters, Ms. Mata Baraba and Mr. Eric, who are going to share introduction to the open source CAPE software. Those are the two presenters this morning in this session.
Our members are the National Hydrometeorological Departments. So we can go to the next slide, Eric. And we noticed that just last year, in January 2024, we had nearly 30% of the National Hydrometeorological Departments in Africa that did not have a website or a basic digital presence for the provision of products and warnings. We noticed that in January 2024, we had nearly 40% of the countries in Africa that had published 0 warnings in 6 months. And we had 20% of members that had published only 10, so 10 members that had published between 1 and 5 warnings. So we started co-developing a number of open source software solutions with the national hydrometeorological departments to ensure that the climate information service delivery was strengthened. Some of the challenges that we had was that in the majority of the countries, there was a lack of local industry that could actually develop fit for purpose software solutions that would improve the communication of climate information and warnings, and thus the decision to start the development in-house. The reason why we started developing from the UN as well was the need of having holistic solutions that put the needs of populations and institutions at the core of the software development process. Yes, we can go to the next slide. The idea at the core was really to co-develop these softwares with public institutions. This is a little bit of a novel approach when it comes to United Nations agencies to do the co-development of the software with public institutions from the UN. So let's continue. But the idea was really to strengthen public institutions and the provision of public services. Yes, next slide. The vision is really to have a very thriving ecosystem of digital public goods, so open source software and technologies that contribute to create a more equitable and a greener world, that bring together countries and organizations, and basically, as I said earlier, that put the interest of populations and public institutions at the core of the software development process. Yes, let's continue. So this came up also as a regional priority of the members of WMO, the World Meteorological Organization. The members in Africa, so National Hydrometeorological Departments, decided to prioritize digital transformation. So digital transformation has been mentioned as a regional priority in Africa to strengthen climate information services. Yes, let's continue. Yes, we can go to the next slide. So those are the regional priorities that came up recently in our Congress. Okay. As I mentioned earlier, the beauty of having open source software, it's that it's scalable. It's scalable and it is collective problem solving. When we develop an open source software, we basically can have anyone from anywhere in the world or from any country in Africa, whether it's an institution, an organization, or individuals, to contribute to improve the software, to contribute modules to the software, and to basically have this collective problem solving instead of having individual or bilateral solutions developed. This contributes, of course, to fasten the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals, the implementation of the Paris Agreement, and a number of global strategies and also regional priorities. Okay, let's continue. So very briefly, we're going to introduce basically two open source software. I'm going to start with CleanWeb, which is basically like a package of like a digital transformation package that was developed to meet some of the needs, like for instance, like the need of having a digital presence for NMHS, so National Hydrometeorological Departments in Africa. CleanWeb is an open source software that was co-developed with 10 NMHS in Africa, and we have 3 members in Sadc, Seychelles, Zimbabwe, and Malawi that contributed to the co-development and that are still contributing to the co-development of this software. CleanWeb is essentially like a content management system that comes with many modules that support the improved provision of climate information services. It contains modules to visualize products, whether it is national products, regional products, or global products. So geo-reference data visualization, whether it is products generated in-house or whether it is satellite products by global institutions. It contains also a lot of digital marketing functionalities which improve the provision of climate services and of warnings as well. So it contains email marketing module, the possibility of conducting and developing surveys to survey the satisfaction of users with the public services provided to users. It contains sectoral modules also. For instance, it allows visualizing like products for the aviation sector. It also contains modules to facilitate the monitoring of data transmission. As you may know, like climate data transmission is a bit of a challenge in many countries in the continent. So it contains a module that facilitates the monitoring on which stations are correctly transmitting data, which are not. It also integrates a CAP composer. So as you may be aware, there are many CAP composers out there in the world. And we felt that in the region we had certain challenges when it came to CAP and to also the communication of CAP warnings. So we decided to develop in-house and open source CAP composer, which my colleague will talk about, and do a short training and demonstration. The CAP composer has a number of communication functionalities that facilitate the work of national institutions. It also contains functionalities when it comes to user analytics. It is very important for public institutions to know very well their user base, which sectors of the user base come from, which types of organizations, which kind of products are they interested in. So like having this very like detailed user analytics can really inform the business development and the development of public services. It also integrates functionalities when it comes to video conferencing tools. So if, as you may be aware, national hydrometeorological departments need to organize climate outlook forums to communicate their seasonal forecast. So in case they want to do this climate outlook forums hybrid or online, they can host the event or facilitate the hosting and the registration of users to their events through their website. So like it includes like digital registration to online events, and it also allows users to select which products and which warnings they would like to sign up to. This we have noticed that has facilitated in many countries user growth. So yeah, again, those are like digital marketing integrations that can be very handy for public institutions to expand the user base. Okay, let's go to the next slide. So this is an example of instances in countries. So in this case, this is the example of Benin in West Africa. And you can see on the left-hand side of the screen the homepage of how the public interface of CleanWeb looks like. And in this case, there is currently a warning published, where you can see the warning published on the top right of the homepage of the website, and the warning is also visualized in an interactive map on the homepage. And the interactive map allows users to also, when they click on top of the warning, to go into more detail into the common alerting protocol, so all the fields that are required by the common alerting protocol. So having this kind of visualization of the warning on their own websites is also a big incentive for public institutions to code the warnings in CAP format. Then the system also contains an interactive watch system or an interactive map where countries can choose which national, regional or global products to tune into, so that they can decide which satellite products they can pull from global centers, which products they pull in from regional centers if they're made available, and which national products they add to the system, including also socioeconomic information or any type of multi-sectoral information they may want to add to support impact-based forecasting services. Yes, let's go to the next slide. This is again an example from another country, from Burkina Faso, that on the right hand side you can see the interactive map viewer that allows also the comparison of different products. You can compare products from national institutions with regional or global products, and it can again like support decision making and impact based forecasting. Yes, let's go to the next slide. And now I'm gonna leave the floor to my colleague Eric, who is going to introduce us the open source CAP composer that has been developed, that already like a number of countries in Africa are using as part also of CleanWeb. And we will then do a demo and a small training on how to fill the different fields and how to publish like a warning. And so, Eric, the floor
Yeah.
is yours.
Yes. Thank you very much, Martha. So I'm also here with my colleague Grace. She will start with the presentation and then I'll take you over the demo. Yeah.
All right, thank you very much, Eric, Martha. So I'll quickly walk you through the CAP Composer tool, mostly the technical aspect. I'll try to make it as brief as possible. So the CAP Composer tool is open source. It is developed upon the Wagtail Python package, and the code is available on GitHub for contribution and also for further use. So the protocol itself is a recommended practice for the SG19. At the 19th World Meteorological Congress, the 2023 CAP was endorsed as a practice to be routinely used for dissemination of warnings, and is now included in technical regulations for the volume 1. These publications can be found online. So when it comes to the alert publishing, the interface itself is very user-friendly, as you see on the right. It is also mobile-friendly. So when you create an alert, you're able to publish it depending on the user roles that you have. We have a publishing workflow that flows from a composer to an approver, including both commenting and email notifications to support the publishing of the alert and ensure that by the time the alert is reaching the public, it is as expected to be and it is verified. Also, the tool itself conforms to the CAP version 1.2 standards. These publications are also available online. It accommodates search engine optimization, which is very important for users to be able to increase the visibility of their alerts. So by searching, Google will quickly be able to find an alert, whether it was published in the past or it's an ongoing alert. Also, the XML API itself is interoperable, meaning that you can integrate this CAP tool with different aggregators like a Swik, which is severe weather system, and also other various platforms. You can also have a live preview. So as you publish a CAP alert, before even publishing it, you have a preview of how the alert looks, both the color codes and the information. And then you can also draw and upload polygons, and I'll go into much detail on the alert area functionality that the CAP Composer tool has. So the technology itself, as I mentioned, is based on Wagtail, but specifically this is a core package of the CleanWeb, as my colleague Martha mentioned, and you can have it on CleanWeb, but you can also run the CAP Composer tool as a standalone web app and use it separately from the website. So it supports warnings and dissemination, as you see here in this photo or screenshot of an example of a extreme flood warning by the Sudan Meteorological Authority. So the protocol runs from disseminating or identifying the hazards to generating a CAP alert based on the common alerting protocol, and then distributing it to various dissemination channels, and then acting upon those events. This is an example of how the communication aspect of this CAP tool is or works. This is a website, or rather a WhatsApp for Sudan Meteorology. This is a WhatsApp channel that allows for publishing of an alert. So they disseminate the alert on the website, and then they can share a link on WhatsApp. And then once you click on the link, it will always point you back to the website to ensure that you are getting the verified source of this information. So these are some of the countries, or all of the countries that you are working with currently. We have 20 countries. We have about 20 countries listed here. A number of them have already installed and gone live. And for those countries that have already adopted the CAP Composer, it is already working, and the channels are already working in terms of publishing the alerts to the different platforms, social media platforms, and also integrating with the different platforms like Swik and Windy. So the overall achievements with this tool is that we have now an open source tool that is tailor-made for the NMHS. We have seen the 50% of the countries now have been able to send a formal request to adopt the CleanWeb itself, which comes with the CAP Composer. And then 14 countries have improved their websites. and also the tools that provide climate services, and over 100 staff from the NMHS have enhanced their technical capacity in service delivery. So this has been based on over 400 hours of meetings, over 1,000 hours one-on-one with the staff from ICT, communication, technical departments, and also the CAP focal points. This is an example of a published warning by Sudan. So the warning is published on the website, and then automatically it is picked by SWIC, by Windy, and other platforms for further dissemination, and also they can share these links on their social media channels. So these are very quick map showing the improvement, or what we notice as an increase of the number of published warnings from the last 6 months in 2023 to the first 6 months in 2023. And this could be as a result of the improved communication aspect, and also the sense of ownership in using this CAP Composer tool, which has further increased the number of alerts from 22 onward to an increase in above 200 alerts. So this is the WMO Register of Alerting Authorities, where alerting authorities are able to specify their hazard categories. They are able to specify the CAP feed URL. They're also able to specify the alert area and also the hazard categories that they fall under. So by clicking on one country, you're able to see which CAP feed it has, and these CAP feeds are then picked by different platforms like SWIC in order to be published for the wider audience. So the open source work that has been developed is able to support key United Nations conventions and other initiatives like the UN Early Warning for All initiative, GMAS, and also other important initiatives that you see in the presentation right here. Also, it supports African policies like the Africa Union Climate Change Strategy, Africa Union Agenda 2063, and so on and so forth. So I'll try to take about 2 to 3 minutes to go over the technical part of the CAP Composer. So the CAP Composer tool, I've already mentioned, it's based on a Webtail, and it's part of CleanWeb, but it can also run as a standalone. For the alert area widgets, we have 4 widgets, and this has tried to make the simplification of this creation of alert areas. So you can either select an admin boundary from your country, you can draw a polygon, you can draw a circle, you can select a predefined area that you had created before. Specifically for admin boundaries, so when the CAP Composer tool or the website is run, initially admin boundaries are loaded, and then these boundaries can be used. So depending on the level you would like to select, you click on the level and also on the area on the map as you see on the right, and then it automatically picks the name of the area and adds it to the affected areas or regions list. For the drawing of the polygon, you can now freely draw a custom area by clicking on the map and drawing a polygon, and by double clicking you would complete the drawing of a polygon, and then you would be able to now add an affected area. For a circle, it allows you to drop a marker on the map, and then it would provide the coordinates, and then you can go ahead to specify the radius, which is the distance by which an alert will be able to spread. So we have added a feature that allows to snap UN boundaries. So some aggregators like SWIC do not allow the alerts to go outside the country's boundary. So what happens in that case? We have a button that appears when a boundary goes outside UN boundaries, and it allows you to click and snap the boundary back to UN boundaries. This is optional, but it comes with a disclaimer that if you go ahead to publish without snapping, then the CAP alert might not appear on SWIC. However, you can snap if you'd like to, the CAP alert to appear on SWIC and be disseminated as expected. So in addition, when you initially install the CAP Composer tool, you have to set a series of base settings. This is done only once, you don't need to do it several times. For example, you would set a CAP sender name, which would be the name of the institution. You will set a CAP sender email, you'll set an WMO Register of Alerting Authorities ID. This is retrieved from the Register of Alerting Authorities website. You can set a logo of the sending institution, and all this would appear at the top of the CAP Alert XML. Also, in the base settings, you would now also be able to predefine a set of hazard types. So currently we have provided a list of WMO predefined lists of hazards that you can select from, and also with each hazard you can select an icon. At the same time, you can also add your own hazard that might not be in the list. We're also working to incorporate more hazard types that will further support the dissemination of these alerts. For the predefined areas, this is a very beautiful functionality that allows you to, instead of having to draw a polygon during the creation of an alert, you can simply create a predefined area that you will always use and pull from whenever you want to create an alert. So the simple workflow of creating an alert is you click on the page, create a new page. So it's similar to creating any page on the website. You click add a CAP alert, you fill in the form. Some of the fields are predefined or pre-filled, and then you also select from the drop downs based on those that have coded values. And then if you're a CAP composer, you can publish, or you can rather submit to a CAP approver. If you're a CAP approver, you can publish the alert. And then for integrity and authenticity of the CAP, we also have integrated digital signing of the CAP alert XML. You'll see on the right a very heavy coded language there. And basically we use the Let's Encrypt SSL certificates for generating these signatures, and also a package called Sign XML Python for supporting the generating of these signatures. This ensures that the CAP alert integrity and authenticity is verified. So with the communication aspect, as Martha mentioned, when sharing CAP alerts, you can share a link, but also you are able to generate a PNG or a PDF. For example, the one you see on the left. This is how it would look like, and this you can use it in the maybe social media, or also with maybe sharing via email to someone else. And at the same time, this PNG appears as a preview. So once you share a link of the CAP alert, it will appear as a preview in the platform that you share this alert to. So we have also added the functionality that links a CAP composer to external platforms. So how do we do it? We use a MQTT brokers, and not to be too technical, it simply means that when I click publish an alert, then any other platform that has subscribed to listening to this CAP composer will be able to have a notification that an alert has been published. It will pick the alert, and then it will display or visualize the alert for further dissemination. So we have incorporated this in the WIS2 box. So currently you would publish an alert, and then WIS2 box will be able to get a notification, pick the alert, publish it for further dissemination. As you see on the right here, we have a map, and this is an alert that has been picked from a certain CleanWeb or CAP composer that has published an alert. And then additionally, apart from importing based on different or external platforms, you can also import alerts by using XML or URL. If you have a URL of the XML, or a file, you can upload an XML file, and the alert will be pulled as a draft, and then you can further go ahead to publish it. So I think I'll stop here. Hand over to Eric. Thank you so much for your attention. Thank you, Martha and Eric.
Any questions, comments, or contributions to the presentation?
So maybe we can do a demo before we get the question, so that you can actually see that this is working as we have described it. Hello everyone, my name is Eric and I'll take you through the demo part of it. So we have different countries that have installed it, but I will use this demo instance that we have online. So this is to show you the functionality of the clean web and all the other features. So maybe, I don't know if Martha, we can have this in the chat.
Okay.
Put it in the chat so that you can access it on your end. Just to give you an overview of how this works, but we'll also see how the other countries, the individual countries, have done it. So this is how it looks like. Mostly you'll find the alerts at the top right here. The active alerts will be displayed here. When you have an active alert, it will be shown here. But also the past alerts will be shown at the bottom here. So if you click, you'll be able to see the historical alerts. So this is how an alert will look like when it's been published. This is just a demo to show you the functionalities. We are using the Kenya as an example, but this is just a demo. It's not like the actual thing that is happening. So this is how an alert will be displayed. At the top here, you have the XML version. So this is what other tools can pick, like Swig, AlertHub, Windy, and so on. So they'll be able to pick this XML version. If you want to view like the way it looks in a coded version, this is how it looks like, but this is also the style that has been applied to it. So you'll have some colors applied. We also added some icons to make it look a bit more visual. We have the normal information you'll find about the language, the category, the urgency, the severity, the response types, the period time from being issued to expiry, the areas that you see on the map, the description. So this is the description and this is the geometry part of it, the description and the instruction. So all of these are displayed in the language that you published it. So if you published in French, it will be in French and so on. So we also have at the top here, so these are sort of the additional communication and dissemination functionalities we have added to the system. The first one is the PNG. So this is generated automatically. Once you publish an alert, you'll be able to see a PNG version, but also a PDF version. So this is very good in terms of further sharing this on social media, emails, and so on. So, so if you share on Facebook, for example, it will go ahead, open Facebook, and try to, it will get a preview automatically. You see like here. So when you share, people actually can, this sort of gives them the small thumbnail of the map, so they can see the alert, and then they can go ahead to share, and you see there's a link. So this link will take you back to the website. So this is very important in terms of linking the source of the alert, so that people can always go back to the website to know that this actually came from the official source as expected. Or yes. So you can share to Twitter, LinkedIn, and this can be extended to all the available platforms. But as I said, the thing that links back to the source, to the alerting authority, is the link that will be available here. And this also gives kind of the ownership. So by it containing the domain of the country, they feel like, you know, this is actually, they have full control of those alerts. So this is the visual part of it. So we also have the feed, the RSS feed. So it will be displayed here. So if you have all the alerts published, the latest alerts published by the country, they'll be available on this feed, and other tools can pick it for further dissemination. But we also add a bit more sort of modern ways of adding or disseminating the alerts automatically. So as you know, a cap feed is more of like you have to keep checking if there's a new alert, but we can also have a way of notifying other systems using the MQTT protocol that Grace explained. But we'll see how this works. So I'm just going to show you an example of, so I'm logged in as a CAP composer, and I only have permissions to edit a few sections of the composing an alert. So usually there's this workflow. So in a country, you'll find that there are people who can maybe draft the alert, and then there's someone who actually has to look at the alert before it goes out to verify that this is what is expected to go out, and they can be able to publish. So we have to publish the alert. So we have the same setup in this system. So usually you have other things for managing the website here on this left side. But if you're logging in as someone who only needs to publish alerts, then you'll not see all the other things to manage the other sections of the website. So as you see here, we have things like we have the forecast here showing up. We have this, the latest news and so on. But as a CAP composer, I'm only interested in publishing warnings, so I should not be able to see other sections interested in. But if you also have someone else, as you'll find in most countries, the people who are even creating alerts, they're also the ones publishing the forecasts, or maybe doing some communications. In some countries that are really understaffed, so you'll find that one person has all these hats. It's a cover approver, it's a news publisher, it's adding forecast and so on. So this system can accommodate all those kinds of permissions. But to publish an alert, you go to the sections called alerts. You click on alerts. So I just created a draft one here so that we can move a bit quickly. So this is a draft, it's not been published. Once an alert is published, you cannot edit it. So that's why you see there's no edit button for those ones that are already live, like this one. But if it's a draft, I can edit and continue doing like making sure that the information is what is expected. So this is the form. This is how it appears. So this is the editing form. Then at the right here, we have a draft. I mean the preview. This is what appears to the users. This is how it will look to the users. So you have the opportunity to look at how the alert will look before it's actually published. But yes, so here at the top, you fill in the headline. If you have published a CAP alert, you can follow the, so we try to follow the protocol, the way it's flowing, from putting the headline, putting the event type, and so on. So some of them are pre-filled, like the sender. You don't need to do this again and again. This is done from the settings. But here you can put the time, the message will go out. If you are creating a new one, it will automatically pick the current time that you are publishing the alert. You put the status, the message type, and these are drop-downs obtained from the protocol itself, the scope. You can select the event, the other type. So this one, we are currently, as Grace said, we are using the WMO catalog of hazards. But yes, this can be extended. Can be extended to include also the OASIS terms. We're actually doing that right now. We want to bring to include the OASIS event terms, so that these aggregators can expect the same kind of events across all these publishing tools, so that we try to keep a standard. So you can pick the category, the language. Right now we have English and French. But this can also be extended to depending on the, so ClaimWeb has its language settings. So you can decide which language you want to use for publishing. If you select Arabic, this will change. For example, it will change the direction of writing from right to left to right, and so on, or right to left. So as you continue down, we have the alert information section. So this is where you fill the actual alert. We have seen the event. You can put in the urgency of the alert, the severity, the certainty, the headline. You can describe the alert itself, what the hazard is saying, or it's describing instructions on what people should do, the effective time of the alert, the onset, and when it's likely to expire. So this one is maybe from 11th to 13th. The sender name, this will be automatically filled. The contact information, the audience, if you're sending this to a custom audience. Now, where it becomes interesting is when you're adding an alert area. So maybe, so here we have, you see now here, the preview went away because I don't have an area drawn, but we have different ways of drawing the alert area. The first one is the big boundary, and this is from the official country boundaries. So they are loaded here, and you can click, you can select the level. So maybe like this one, I select the northern part of Kenya. It will zoom to that area, and the preview can now appear here. You can select another one if you want to change, and so on. So, and you can see here, it's giving me a warning that the area is outside the UN boundary. So you can see the official UN boundary is going like this, the black and green one that you are seeing here. But the official country boundaries goes to the top. So you can choose to publish like this if you want to maintain the official country boundaries. But if you want this to be published by tools like Swig that are adhering to the UN boundary, then you have this option to snap to the boundary and then it will cut out. So this is probably, I think this is an area that is still, how do you say that name? This
Contested.
Yes, it's a contested area. So yeah, so if you want to avoid that in the warning, you can snap to the official UN boundaries. But this is an optional feature, basically to allow you to publish the alert to aggregators that are strict in terms of using the UN boundaries like this. Yes. So this appears when you're even drawing a custom area. So maybe let me try to draw a polygon that goes outside the country boundary, maybe something like this. By mistake I did this, so it will tell me that this is outside. If I snap it to bring it back to the country, and this is basically to help in terms of making sure that the areas you are drawing, they're not intersecting, they're not going outside the boundaries and so on. You can put this in full screen. If you want to have a wider view, you can edit, you can move this around, you can move the nodes and so on. So this is, we're basically trying to improve the user experience in terms of editing and creating these areas. But you can also use predefined areas. So if I know that an alert usually happens, I don't know, in the coastal areas, I don't need to be drawing this each time. So this is where the predefined areas comes in. So you can go to the settings here. So I'll just leave this for a moment, show you under predefined areas. So this is where you can define all the areas that you want, that you know. Usually these alerts, like maybe like coastal based, like strong winds, they usually happen in the same area and the coastal and so on. So you can edit. As you can see, this is still telling me it's outside the UN boundary. If I want to snap it, I can do that, but usually the coastal can maybe extend. But yes, so the idea here is that you can have a record of well-known areas that experience this repetitive kind of hazards, so that you don't have to draw them each time. So if you can go back to the alerts, so you can also draw a circle for things like, I don't know, earthquakes. It's a good example. But you basically put the center and then you put the radius. It's like 20 kilometers and then the circle will appear. If this also goes outside the boundaries, it will warn you and so on. So for now, I'll just use this one that I've drawn here. Maybe snap it so that you can see. So once you are comfortable that this is, you know, what can I make this thing? Once you are comfortable that this is what you want to publish. Oh, sorry. You can see my screen still?
Yes, still.
Okay. So once you are comfortable, so that you will see things below here depending on the permissions that you have. So if you are, so this one I had already created a draft, so that's why it's telling me, do I want to change, to request for changes? But if you're beginning a very new alert, like this one, if I go to the bottom here, you see I only have submit to moderation. Okay, I think this is still I don't have the permissions, so maybe let me just log in as someone who has the permissions. I've just logged in with admin. Now you can see I have access to all these other things that are in the clean web. But so yeah, you can see here it's telling me this is awaiting my review, so I can click it. If everything is okay, I have the button to approve and publish. So once you make it live, no one can edit it. It becomes live, and if you go online, you'll see it like this. So this is now a live alert, has been published. Tools will pick it. So this is a demo. So of course it's not connected anywhere. But at the top here, there's something that will appear on the website. They will appear like this small popping, pulsing button here that tells you there's an alert. So if someone is coming, I don't know, from anywhere in the website, going to the bulletins, they will still see this alert telling them there's something, there's a warning that has been issued. Down here on the map, it will zoom into the country, show you the warning. So the idea is to really integrate this warning across the whole website. So if you're going to the map viewer, or the map viewer is not showing right now, but yes, it will appear everywhere. So the alert will be shown everywhere. If I go to, so if WIS2 is connected, it will pick this alert. Let's see if the map viewer also can visualize it. So this is the in-country map viewer. So yeah, it will appear like this. So this is where they can visualize things like satellite data. So you can see on below there we have the satellite data. You can add you have things like population that can be used to I think this is showing for another country. This is just a demo, but if the population is set correctly to the country, you'll be able to see the population that might be impacted and so on. But yeah, this is for demo. Sometimes we change countries. I think this one we are doing for Ethiopia, and we not change the country to Kenya. But yes, that's how the integration works inside the website, and this is really important because we want this to be part of the website. We want this to feel part and parcel of the website, so that you can actually know that there's an alert going on. If you go to the alerts now, you will see an active alert shown here at the top here. When you click it, you see the PNG has been automatically generated. We have the PDF automatically generated, and so on. So this is the workflow. This is how the system works in terms of publishing the alerts. So if I go back to the admin, you can see it has already been published. So I cannot, if I try to edit or anything, I don't have those capabilities, but I can copy it if I want to use it as a template for the next alert. So that's the general overview. So maybe now I can show you how the actual implementation for countries in the Sadc region. So we have Seychelles, it's one of them. So to go to the Seychelles website, you just go to netp.sc. So this is their website. Right now they don't have an alert, but if they had, it will be displayed active somewhere and also in the map below here. But these are the historical alerts that they are published using the Cap Composer tool. If you go to the tool itself, I mean the alert itself, you can see the PNG, the PDF, you can share it, have this information. So this is an actual, so this is an website for Seychelles, and this is how an actual alert. So these are actually published alerts and how they appeared to users. So yeah, you can have different severity levels and so on. So we also have Malawi. You can go to next Malawi. So actually Malawi is they're already operational. So they're also using they have this alert feed. They have published a number of alerts since they went live, and you can find similar functionalities as shown in the other web pages. So yeah, we also have Zimbabwe. Let me see Zimbabwe. They're online. Yes, Zimbabwe is loading also. So they are also they have the alert section. Maybe we can go to that, and you can see they have published like four alerts so far. Yeah. So what we're also doing, we have a subscribe subscribe button here at the top. So this allows countries to not only allow users to, so users can subscribe to alerts. You see, like here, if you subscribe to their products, so they will add you to their newsletter. Once there's a new alert, it will be sent to your email. So you don't have to come to the website each time. This can be very good in sharing with stakeholders. It also allows you to grow your audience. So people, you can keep record of people who are receiving alerts, and then maybe you'll be sending them the periodic alerts if you need to bring stakeholders together. So basically, you have an email marketing setup that allows you to keep record of your users and which products they're interested in, including alerts, but they can also be interested in other things. This is just to show you other options that we have for dissemination of the alert. So yeah, I don't know, Martha, if I've left anything else, but
I think maybe before we open for questions, we can show the WMO Register of Alerting Authorities and also maybe SWIC, and then we can just open for questions.
Yes. Yes, so we have the WMO alerting. So this is the single source of truth for a list of alerting authorities global. So this is where you'll find a record of all the alerting authorities in the world. They have to be registered in this database to be recognized as official alerting sources. And this is what will be picked by other dissemination channels and aggregators. So tools like the WMO Alert Hub picks from here. We have the SWIC, Severe Weather Information Tool, picks from here. You have tools like Windy and so on. Even Google is working to actually pick, is picking the alerts from here. So, so here basically you need to have, as an alerting authority, you need to have access to this platform through WMO. And if I go, for example, to Seychelles and click on it, so you'll see it's telling me Seychelles is in the record, is in the database as the alerting authority, and this is their record, this is their ID. So if I click on it, I can see where the feed is pointing to. So this is what we just saw. So it'll take you back to the feed where you see all the alerts. And yeah, basically you can see this metadata on which categories Seychelles is reporting their hazards, and all this information, the jurisdiction of the area and so on. So this is where you find the actual, or rather the authoritative information on all the alerting authority. If you need to change anything, if maybe you migrated your feed, then you will need to have access to this as a CAP editor, or as a focal person. So each country has a CAP focal point. Usually they have access to this platform, and they are the only ones who can make this change, and then it will be, so WMO checks for everything here, and then they approve it, and then it can go live. So we also have the severe weather tool. So this is from WMO. So once an alert has been published, a country has published an alert, SWIC will pick it. This is like the global aggregator for these alerts. I think there was a discussion if you can have this for Sadc regions and so on. So, but this is the global version. If you have, you can see some countries like South Africa, they already they have an alert going on, and is picked by this aggregator. We have Algeria and so on. So yeah, once you publish an alert, it will be picked, but also tools like Windy will pick this alert. Google is working with countries to be able to also pick this alert. So we are working with the countries that we are installing this CAP Composer, so that they can be able to meet all the requirements. And the tool is really flexible in a way that if there's something that needs to be fixed in terms of maybe meeting some compliance or adding a new feature that makes the system more user-friendly, it's very flexible in terms of making sure that it's actually user-friendly and meeting all these requirements. So I think it's also what else, Mother?
I think maybe we can open the floor for questions already. Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Mhm.
Thank you very much.
We've been posting all the links on the chat of the meeting for everyone. Yeah.
You can go ahead with questions. Yes, go ahead.
Ian Kuran from Malawi. Yeah. On open source software, like some of the softwares, they are like totally free, and some like you have to pay like a fee like on the software. So is that software totally free? And do you have like a GitHub account like where you can share your username and who can commit to the source code? Thank you.
Thank you very much for the colleague from Malawi. Can you hear me correctly? Yes, like the audio is audible. So basically, yes, there is a GitHub account where you can contribute. In case there are modules that are not yet included in CleanWeb or that you would like to contribute to add, this can be done. It's completely open source, it's free. And as we said at the beginning, the idea is really to do collective problem solving. So the challenges faced by most of the countries are similar, and we can do this kind of collective problem solving to solve the challenges. So the idea is really that when the software is improved, so imagine now in Malawi you contribute to a module or you contribute to add a functionality. This module or this functionality added to the software package would now be made available to all the countries that have adopted the software. So the way that it works is that it's the same way that it would work when you update like a mobile app on your phone. Like you're notified of a new version of the software available when this new functionality is already like live and added to the software, and then you would basically like upgrade your version, and all the countries that have the tool will also have access to the new tool. And Eric, if you want to add something.
Yes, so as Martha said, the tool is available. The code is open source. We invite feedback, we invite contributions from countries and the community for anyone who wants to make or contribute new functionalities. But yeah, so we provide a tool, but yes, we can also we accompany the countries to make sure that it's installed and it's working as expected in terms of the technical aspects. But yes, further trainings can be organized in terms of making sure that the alerts are published correctly. For example, distinguishing in terms of the high priority alerts and so on. So these are the specifics that can be done for each country. But the tool is developed collectively to serve the different countries, and it can be customized. As you see, you can change you can change this to actually suit the country, to fit the exact needs of the countries, and you can select what hazards you want and so on. So it's very flexible, and as Martha said, once we need to fix something, this can be done very quickly, and then our country will be notified. There's a new update, they just click a button and it updates. Yeah, thanks.
So we have posted the GitHub account on the chat as well, so it's accessible there.
More questions?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. Martha and Eric, thank you so much for the presentation. So it appears that we have 3 SADC member states, Malawi, Seychelles, and Zimbabwe, that are using CleanWeb, which has the CAP Composer embedded. Then you also shared with us the list, the WMO register of alerting authorities. So, for the 13 member states that are not using ClaimWeb, how do they now compose alerts and publish? Is it only through the CAP alert composer provided by the WMO website?
Okay, so so basically the CAP Composer is an open source software that can be used as part of CleanWeb for the countries that may not have a website or that may be interested in the package, but it can also be installed alone. So for countries that only want to use the CAP Composer, the CAP Composer is made available to anyone. As my colleague Grace presented earlier, it will be made available as part also of a WIS2 So basically, it's available to any country that may be interested in either the CAP Composer alone, either the entire package for the website and CAP Composer. When it comes to the process, we just need to receive a request for support, and then we can initiate the work. So the request for support can come from the PRs to the WMO. So it's generally the director of the National Hydrometeorological Department can request to WMO to have access to either package, and then we can start working together, including in the capacity building. Did I forget anything, Eric?
Yeah, so maybe to also mention that some countries are already using other existing tools. So there's the tool provided also by the Alert Hub, so they can still use that. But the only thing, so we're adding more sort of communication functionalities on top. It's like an improvement, sort of bring a bit of the ownership, but also improving the communication aspects of it. So some countries like Tanzania, they're already publishing very well using the existing tool, which is good. But we are, for countries that will wish to improve all the different aspects. As you saw, the website has different things. So not only the CAP tool. So as we take the CleanWeb to countries, they're also improving other aspects like, the email newsletters, functionalities, the visualization on the large maps and so on, the map viewer. But yes, you can also, you don't have to install the whole CleanWeb package. If you are comfortable with the existing website, it's working perfectly. So you can install only the CAP functionalities. That's a bit more improved, especially in the terms of, in the aspects of communicating the warning and visualizing the warnings. So you can install it as a standalone system and use it to complement what you have. Yeah, thanks.
Exactly. So just as a complement to Eric, like there are different tools, like CAP editors, CAP composers out there. This is just yet another option, and it's an open source software that can, we welcome also the contributions from the community to keep improving it as well. Yeah.
Thank you, Marta. What I was homing on is that you have the WMO register of alerting authorities. All SADC member states are registered there, all 16. Then you have a more fancier CAP Composer and other bells and whistles on the CleanWeb, which we only have 3 SADC member states that are using it, and I think Mozambique is also joining. So a member state, let's take an example, Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe has CleanWeb, and Zimbabwe also have the WMO registered website, the Alert Hub. They go into CleanWeb, they prepare an alert, and it is published. Do they also duplicate the same thing on the alert hub, or it is only done once and it fires up on both systems? So, are you getting me?
Yeah. Maybe
Because-
we can
because one
maybe we
platform,
can explain
one
better the
platform has
flow.
all
You can
member
do that.
states there, and it is only has a cap composer. But on CleanWeb, you have cap composer and you have many other features too as well, but you only have 3 member states. So what is the trend? What's happening right now? Thank you.
Okay, great, thank you. So essentially, I'm just gonna like start, and then I will let my colleague Eric complement. So in the WMO Register of Alerting Authorities, as Eric showed, so there's a name of the agency, there is a cap feed URL for that particular country, and then there is like the website where the forecast can be found. But essentially, like it's only one cap feed URL. So if a country changes the tool they use, they may change a cap feed. So for instance, in the case of Malawi, Zimbabwe, and Seychelles, the URL of the cap feed changed. They migrated all the warnings that were published previously to the new cap feed, and they're all visible on that cap feed. So essentially, like the WMO register is just a listing of the cap feed of the country, the official source of warnings, and it doesn't matter that much which tool they use, but that is the reference, the official reference of where the warnings are published. Maybe Eric, you can complement maybe.
Yes, I think, Martha, you put it correctly. So each country is expected to have one feed. So you can only have one feed unless it's like in a different language. But you should have a feed, one feed for specific language. Let's say if Zimbabwe, they have installed CleanWeb. So CleanWeb will be the one generating this feed. But other countries, if they have they're using a different tool, for example, the alert editor, that will be the feed. That will be the source of the feed. So there's no duplication. So once you publish once, you are expected, and that's actually the core rule of CAP. You should be able to publish once, and then it should appear everywhere. So if a country publishes using their CAP feed, their CAP tool, so this is what everyone else will see. So they don't need to do duplication. So you are just expected the tool, regardless of the tool you are using, to publish the alerts, you are expected to have one feed on the WMO alerting authority, and that's what will be used. So it's the role of the country to make sure that they have assigned the correct feed in the WMO alerting registry. Yeah.
A round of applause for our presenters. And then
Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you.
we are closing this morning session. We go for break and come back at 10:30.
share. Esse é de menos isso aí. Esse é de menos. Aí está a dizer qual é o mês mais ocupado que tiveste durante o ano.
we get ready to start? IT, Zoom, are you ready? We are now on session 10, which is innovation, collaboration in emergency preparedness and response. And our two speakers are Ms. Tembe, WFP, Ms. Alinafe Kalombo, WFP, Mozambique and Malawi. So if Zoom is ready, we are starting with Ms. Tembe, Mr. Tembe, sorry.
Okay, good morning. Thank you, everybody. My name is Dercio Tembe. I work for WFP in Mozambique as an IT assistant and also emergency preparedness focal point for the telecommunication part. So, sorry, I will shift my presentation to Portuguese language because I'm more comfortable. And, okay. Antes, eu gostaria muito de agradecer por participar neste workshop. Muito obrigado por me dar esta oportunidade de partilhar esta apresentação, que são os termos de referência de um grupo nacional de trabalho de tecnologias de informação e comunicação que nós criamos aqui em Moçambique. Okay? Como nota introdutória, gostaria de dizer que Moçambique, nos últimos 3 anos, tem sido afetado por ciclones graves, tais como o Idai, o Kenneth em 2019, o ciclone Eloise em 2021, o ciclone Komba em 2022 e em 2023 nós fomos afetados pelo ciclone Fred. Portanto, o setor das telecomunicações foi gravemente afetado devido a esses eventos climáticos. E como parte da melhoria da coordenação em comunicações de emergência, a nível operacional, é constituído um Grupo Nacional de Telecomunicações, né, que tem como foco melhorar o plano de resposta de comunicação de emergência. A visão de constituir o grupo de trabalho está inserida num plano de ação, né, de preparação para as comunicações de emergência, que foi discutida e endossada no workshop sobre lições aprendidas dos ciclones anteriores. Neste caso, referíamos aos ciclones Idai e ciclone Kenneth. Né. Este workshop foi realizado em 2022. Portanto, ok? O grupo, este grupo de trabalho, né, essa equipe técnica, será constituído por representantes das instituições do Estado, neste caso, instituições do governo, agências das Nações Unidas, ONGs, operadores, móveis e provedores de serviços de comunicação via internet e empresas públicas. Okay? Portanto, quais são os objetivos do grupo? Portanto, este grupo, né, tem como objetivo construir resiliência no setor das telecomunicações em Moçambique, contribuindo assim para um desenvolvimento sustentável. E o grupo está limitado apenas às telecomunicações de emergência, que incluem preparação, mitigação, resposta e recuperação de emergência. Quais são as funções? Portanto, para atingir os objetivos mencionados assim anteriormente, né, as funções do Grupo Nacional são, basicamente, mapear todos os recursos de telecomunicações de emergência que temos no país, equipamentos estes, portanto, peças sobressalentes, pessoal técnico qualificado em Moçambique, né? Identificar um conjunto de necessidades de formação e organizar programas de formação relacionados com as comunicações de emergência. Por exemplo, em termos de equipamento, nós já nos reunimos aqui em Moçambique com as instituições do governo. Portanto, todos os membros do grupo reuniram-se para fazer um mapeamento de todo o equipamento que tem relacionado com a emergência. Okay? Portanto, neste caso, são instituições que estão diretamente relacionadas com instituições que trabalham diretamente na resposta à emergência. Portanto, fizemos um mapeamento de todo o equipamento de emergência. Vimos o que temos para poder fazer, neste caso, a estocagem de equipamento nas zonas mais críticas. Né? Fizemos um levantamento de necessidades em termos de formação, por exemplo, já tivemos formações de radiocomunicação. A última formação que tivemos foi, por exemplo, foi mês passado na província de Cabo Delgado, que é uma região muito crítica. E durante as reuniões do grupo, por exemplo, devemos partilhar atualizações de cada agência ou organização, as atividades relacionadas às telecomunicações de emergência, para manter os membros atualizados e identificar a sinergia para uma possível colaboração. Em termos de funções também, fornecemos um apoio político em telecomunicações, incluindo questões emergentes, como comunicação por satélite, sistemas de alerta precoce. E também temos que coordenar entre os membros e parceiros para uma fácil, rápida e divulgação de aviso prévio emitido pela entidade meteorológica nacional ou pelo governo de Moçambique. Também, como função, devemos discutir novas tecnologias, desafios no domínio das telecomunicações de emergência. E também devemos desenvolver orientações ou notas técnicas sobre a preparação para as telecomunicações de emergência em Moçambique. Portanto, continuando com as funções, né, devemos facilitar a coordenação entre os membros sobre a preparação para as telecomunicações de emergência, incluindo atualizações da seção do plano de contingência. Por exemplo, nós geralmente temos um plano de contingência do país, tem uma seção no plano de contingência que é sobre as tecnologias de informação e comunicação. Portanto, quando se trata da parte da seção técnica, nós entramos em ação. E também fazemos exercícios de simulação e desenvolvimento de procedimentos operacionais padrão, nos casos SOP. Né? Por exemplo, ano passado tivemos uma simulação organizada pela entidade responsável pela resposta ao desastre, que é o ANGD, e também analisamos a resposta de telecomunicações de emergência após um desastre e tiramos lições aprendidas para as futuras atividades de preparação e resposta. Por exemplo, já tivemos o workshop sobre lições aprendidas, e tivemos o South Corporation Workshop ano passado, e Portanto, no caso de um desastre iminente ou de um aviso antecipado emitido, analisa-se o cenário, né, e o impacto. Nós analisamos o cenário e o impacto dos prováveis, incluindo o impacto nas telecomunicações, e planeamos uma resposta. Portanto, nós discutimos no grupo quais são os cenários prováveis, impactos, e planeamos uma resposta. E também facilitamos a resposta das telecomunicações de emergência até que a ativação do cluster de telecomunicações, né? Portanto, facilitamos a resposta de telecomunicações de emergência até a ativação do ETC, que é o cluster das telecomunicações. E em termos de conduta, né, do grupo, nós organizamos pelo menos uma reunião de 3 em 3 meses, em caso de emergência. A frequência das reuniões pode aumentar significativamente. Okay? Organizamos pelo menos reuniões em 3 meses e, em caso de emergência, a frequência vai aumentando. Né? No caso de um desastre iminente ou de um alerta precoce, o grupo nós reunimos, né, para analisar o impacto provável e o plano de resposta nas telecomunicações. Portanto, neste caso, a participação presencial nas reuniões é encorajada, no entanto, também temos a possibilidade de participação online. Ainda continuando com a conduta do grupo, né, nas reuniões dos grupos, novos membros podem ser adicionados, né, por uma duração limitada ou por um tempo indeterminado. Né. O ANCM é que é responsável, portanto, a entidade responsável que faz a gestão do grupo é o INCM. INCM é a Autoridade Reguladora das Comunicações de Moçambique, né? Portanto, e o segundo é o ANGD, que é a entidade responsável pela gestão dos desastres em Moçambique. Portanto, a ata da reunião deve ser elaborada e emitida pelo presidente, né? Neste caso que é o ANCM, o responsável, um membro do ANCM que está inserido no grupo. Os pontos que são identificados na reunião devem ser claramente articulados em termos de agências, agência líder e duração, etc.
Say we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear.
Ok, thank you. E só para concluir, portanto, os membros do Grupo Nacional de Trabalho, né, são, né, o Instituto Nacional de Comunicações, que é a Autoridade Reguladora das Comunicações de Moçambique. Portanto, eles são responsáveis por convidar novos membros, para atualizar o grupo, né, e convocar as reuniões, né? E o INGD é o co-manager, portanto, é o segundo, né, que é a National Institute for Disaster Risk Reduction, que é a entidade responsável pela gestão de desastres e riscos, redução de riscos. E depois temos o UN ICT Working Group, que nós temos um grupo das Nações Unidas que responde a nível das tecnologias de informação e comunicação, portanto, também faz parte do membro, neste caso aqui é o SHARE. Depois temos o Instituto Nacional de Meteorologia, por exemplo, sempre que nós temos uma situação iminente de um desastre, nós recebemos no grupo, portanto, o responsável, o membro do grupo do Instituto Nacional de Meteorologia é responsável por emitir sempre comunicações para o grupo, né, para nós podermos nos planear melhor, né. Temos a FORCOM, que é o Fórum Nacional das Rádios Comunitárias, temos a Cruz Vermelha, temos as operadoras móveis, que fazem parte também do grupo, temos os serviços de segurança, de bombeiros, temos a Eletricidade de Moçambique, temos o Departamento de Polícia, Aeroportos e a Direção Nacional de Gestão de Recursos Hídricos e a UNDSS. Muito obrigado.
Let's give him a round of applause. We now invite Ms. Adinafe. Okay, fine. We can take some questions. put up your flag so that at least we know who wants to ask.
Thank you, Mr. Tembe, for your presentation. In Mozambique, you have a ministry that is responsible for communications and transport, and you have another ministry that's responsible for ICT. You have a regulator, INCM, that regulates communications, and you also have a regulator for IT, INTIC. Now, I did not see INTIC on the list of members of the ICT working group. Can you explain why? Did you approach them to be part of it? Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Yes, sure. De salientar que, pronto, algumas instituições ainda não fazem parte do grupo, portanto, porque o INCM é responsável pela convocação de novas instituições e nós já fizemos cartas para as instituições, as referidas instituições, para adicionar mais instituições para poderem fazer parte do grupo. Portanto, as cartas estão no processo de aprovação. Portanto, apenas mencionei algumas instituições, não são todas, outras ainda estamos à espera da aprovação, né? E assim que tivermos a aprovação, vamos fazer uma reunião com todo o grupo e muito obrigado.
Fantastic. I recall during COVID, INTIC played a major role of installing, virtual conference systems in Mozambique. On the aspect of cybersecurity, the CERT reside with INTIC. So even as observers, bring them on board because they are a regulator. In most countries, ICT and communications is under one roof, but in Mozambique it's split. Anyways, the more the merrier. But thank you so much for your presentation, Mr. Tembe. We shall be using.
Thank you very much.
We shall be using the principles that you've presented into that sample TOR for working groups for member states to use as a starting point. I had already mentioned that Madam Ria had shared one document, but with your presentation on Mozambique in particular, adds another layer of more references to make our sample even better. Thank you once again.
Thank you.
Can we put up the presentation, please? So, through your chair, as the IT team is putting up the presentation was made in a collaborative way. So in some slides, it would be nice if a few member countries could share their experiences within the same allocated time. So through your chair, I hope the member countries are fine with that.
Hello, Desio, you're still sharing your presentation.
Okay, sorry. Okay, thank you.
Are you the one sharing Anafa's presentation?
No.
No. I stopped sharing already. Thank you.
Let's go to the first slide, please. All right.
Thank you, Chair, and the member countries and the delegates. This is the last presentation and the last session. So normally when you are standing in between going to the weekend and traveling back and seeing the long way our beautiful city, it's quite hard. But I would like to urge each one of us to pay attention to the presentation and let us share experiences so that we can learn one or two, as well as also contribute one or two as well. So as the chair already mentioned, my name is Alina Femitian. I'm the head of ICT for WFP Country Office. And this morning I would like us to have a conversation around innovation and collaboration in emergency preparedness and response. And so why should you listen to this session? At the end of this session, the expectation is that each one of us would have actually have a conversation around the technologies that can be used in emergency telecommunications preparedness and response, some of the success stories in use of innovation technologies in disasters, how respective countries within Sadc can leverage on these technologies, understanding private-public partnership and learning from countries how these partnerships are being implemented. And last but not least, any collaboration opportunities in the region. So there will be two parts of the presentation. As I mentioned earlier on, we are looking at innovation and collaboration in emergency preparedness and response. And so we are going to look at the first part, which is around innovative technologies for improving communication and connectivity in disaster-affected areas, as well as the successful public-private partnerships, or PPP, if you'd like, collaboration in strengthening emergency telecommunication infrastructure and services. So oftentimes the big question would be, why should we use innovative technologies in emergencies, in preparedness as well as the response? I think if we look back, we would see that I think we have moved quite a lot. If we look at how emergencies were responded probably in the 90s, we would see that there were other things that probably the efficiencies were not as optimal as it is now. But I would like us all to look at some of the things. The list is not exhaustive on why we need the innovative technologies. And so the first point is we need innovative technologies to improve preventive measures. This is around preparedness. And this is the part where we are talking about early warning systems, which has been the talk in the past 2 days. I think we have also learned quite a few. We had our ITU consultant who also took us through some of the systems that we can use as part of early warning. And the artificial intelligence, which is a baby that is the talk of the town. Some of these technologies have actually protected many people from disasters. And the second point is around increasing response efficiency. And this is around some of the technologies like drones, which most of us we are aware, or so-called unmanned aerial vehicles, which often have been useful in a lot of emergencies in doing several assessments. We also have technologies such as remote sensing, and both of these have actually reduced the time that it takes to find and rescue victims, including damage assessment. And last but not least, these innovative technologies are also helping responders and even affected populations to have access to information. We are looking at the cloud storage and the crowdsourcing, which are some of the technologies that have helped human responders to receive and access information faster. I would like then to take you to some of the success stories that technologies have been used in various disasters. So the first point is around the WFP drone hub, which has been operating for quite some time, and its main focus is around data collection, connectivity, cargo delivery, as well as the capacity development. Let me also mention that I think around capacity development, there was a training in Eswatini, where I think WFP, in coordination with Sadc, they provided a training to some drone pilots across Sadc countries, which is one of the things that the hub is doing towards capacity development. But I would just like to spend a minute or two to take you through the experience that they had and the support that they provided for Mozambique country when it was during the cyclone Idai, where through the WFP drone hub, 200 plus flights were flown. We can see the square meters, the square kilometers which were mapped in Beira and as well as outside. Critical infrastructure was assessed, including bridges and roads and so on. And the mapping was also done. So some of the organizations that benefited from this information, such as the clusters within the country who needed this information to make a call on the various interventions that they were needed. There was a lot of data that was collected, about 1,300 GB, and also including images. So this is one of the examples of how technology has been used, and hopefully also could be of use to our various countries in terms of these assessments. And the other example is around the case of Sudan, when the emergency had actually started the war. ETC was called upon to support the government of Sudan, and the national telecommunications services had been severely disrupted across the country, and a lot of infrastructure actually remains compromised until to date. And consequently, Sudan relied heavily on the satellite communication that ETC through the various partners who work with the ETC provided, such as sat phones and VSAT as well. These services proved to be a viable option for data connectivity and voice. And the following months of planning, in August, the 1 GB dedicated undersea fiber internet service has been activated in Port Sudan, and this has actually improved communication among humanitarians as well as the affected communities. Let me also mention to say VHF radio networks are still also being used. And it would be unfair if I don't talk about home. Another example is around Malawi Cyclone Freddy. My colleague, I think a day or two ago, highlighted some of the activities that were done during the Cyclone Freddy. But let me say that there was a team that was deployed to assess the damage through the use of unmanned aerial vehicles. This team comprised of Red Cross, WFP, there was UNICEF, and also the government disaster management authorities. So it was a team which now actually has matured to a drone working group, which is also collaborating with the broader national ICT working group as well. So a team was sent to assess the damage of this of the area. The information assisted the different clusters. For example, the logistics cluster to know the damage of the roads, the bridges, and further to devise alternative ways for food delivery. We also got sat phones through the ITU. Thankfully, this just came at the right time because they helped district officers to communicate to the main operational center, because most of the networks in those district offices had been impacted. So I think Halima talked about the ITU, the satellite phones that ITU is able to support with for a period of time. And lastly, towards the end, we managed also to deploy Starlink, because the emergency actually happened during a time when students had to write university exams. So Starlink was used to deploy to schools in remote areas where there was no internet connectivity. I would like to move on to public-private partnerships in strengthening emergency telecommunications. This is a concept that most of us, I'm sure we're already aware of it. It actually involves collaboration between a government agency and a private sector company. It could be private sector companies as well. So it can be used to actually for the private sector to finance or to just assist in planning or building as well as the executing. Public-private partnerships, they've become a popular way for international organizations and government to engage private actors in the delivery of ICT infrastructure and services, with actually the aim of increasing ICT disaster resilience in countries. Private sector actors, oftentimes they would have infrastructure that is resilient and well established. So that's why it proves actually useful for government agencies and international organizations to leverage on these infrastructural skill sets that the private sector may have. So at this point, through you, Chair, I would like us to share some experiences quickly. So there are 3 questions here, and I would like to ask member countries that feel that they could actually share in a minute some of the experiences in our countries on how public-private partnership is working. So you could actually just choose one of the questions and respond. The first question is, how has the public-private partnership strengthened emergency telecommunications infrastructure and services in your country? Or better still, what are some of the challenges potentially that we can foresee when we are building this partnership? Or how can we collaborate further at a regional level in building and leveraging on these partnerships? So I would just like us to share our experiences and also act as a food for thought and reflection as we go towards winding this workshop. So let me ask member countries, delegates, if any of us would want to share. Tanzania, you can go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the presentation. And I can see experience you are just requesting us to share is real and it's being practiced in our country. To start with the number 3, this regional initiative, Sadc has done it. They have just asked all member states to allocate that special frequency. Dr. George, you can witness this. That special frequency during disaster, so that this frequency can be used to assist member states. Again, in Tanzania, for example, we are engaging private sector. Since the mobile network operator are all from the private, we have one state-owned telecommunication operator, but the other operator, like 5 to 4 operator, are private. Then when it comes to disaster, they assess, we collaborate in assessing, they provide maybe funds, they recover the destructed infrastructure, and then they restore service, and the citizen get service as usual. Then I can see that the issue you have been just presenting, Tanzania is okay with it and it's doing it. Thank you.
Thank you, Tanzania. Any reactions from other member countries? Lesotho, you can go ahead.
Thank you for the nice presentation and a fruitful one. I think I can go for question 2, where you mentioned where it says about challenges. I think in Lesotho, the main problem that we have realized is that private sector, they will be ready to put up on the table, because I should believe that Triple P means both parties should put something on the table. But most of the time, our government nowadays, because we are in the financial crisis, we don't have anything to put on the table. That's our main problem, whereby we find that we don't have anything, whereas we expect too much from the private, and then private sector is the profit-making business. So that is our challenge on our side. Thank you.
Thank you, Lesotho. Any reactions? Okay, Zimbabwe, go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much. I would just like to maybe make an intervention on item number 1, on your question number 1, where the government and the public sector and the private sector come together to make a united effort. We had an example in Zimbabwe during the time of the COVID-19, where the government, through the Postal and Telecommunications Regulatory Authority of Zimbabwe, came together with the private sector, the mobile operators, to come up with the call center, and then the private sector companies, they provided the toll-free numbers, where ideally people would need to call in, when such cases arise. So using toll-free numbers to get help in terms of during the COVID-19 disaster. Then we also have an example of a time during Cyclone Idai. The MNOs came in again together with the public sector, the government helped the private sector to build that resilience and to restore networks, through the government provided backup power and maybe I would give an example of they provided diesel for backup at the base stations, BTS stations, to restore power, because that was a major crisis, because most of the sites had gone down because there was no power. So you needed to get back the communications online. So that's one particular example where we can draw some lessons on public and private sector partnerships that can work to restore the critical communications. Thank you.
Thank you, Zimbabwe. Just quickly, Lesotho raised a point on some of the challenges that most often times the governments may not have enough funding, and so a big reliance on the private sector. I don't know whether there's any member country who have actually, I'll come to you, who have actually managed to get through this challenge that they can share before Namibia. DRC, yes.
Yes, thank you. As we were talking yesterday about the rural connectivity, how it's very difficult for operators to extend the network in rural areas where the return on the investment is not that guaranteed. It's quite almost the same with emergency telecommunications, where there's no actually benefit, just for social needs. The government has to provide this in terms of protections and also in terms of telecommunication needs. And I'm not really going to call it a PPP because the other P is private, but the workaround for us has been the partnership with the UN. In DRC, we have one of the biggest and costly UN mission. So most of the times, the UN agencies, mainly WFP, UNHCR, even if I'm from the ICT ministry, with all the disasters that we had in DRC, I haven't seen much from ITU, maybe I'm not aware, but mainly the UN has really been very present in terms of equipment, trainings, and even deployment of all devices in a very, very short time period. So the government have been provided whatever it can, like resources in terms of frequencies and availability of transportations and other things. So I just wanted to mention that since there's no a real return, financial return or financial interest for private sectors, so the workaround was to do it with very valuable organizations. Thank you.
Lastly, Namibia. For Zambia, you had something. So Namibia, you go first, then last will be Zambia.
Okay, thank you. So it's just a reaction on point number one on how do we do it in Namibia. Because if you might be aware that Namibia is almost 95 to 98% network coverage. So how did we do these things? So what the regulator does, it helps the network operator through an agreement what they have, whereby the regulator will set up the network tower in community area where there is no profit for this network cover to operate. So once we set up this network tower, then the operator will come install their software on this tower for free, so they can provide network to this area where there is no economic value to this one. So this has enabled the network operator to operate in most of the region where they don't see any benefit. Thank you.
Thank you. Zambia lastly, then we conclude. Oh, okay. All right. Zambia, you go, then Angola.
Just wanted to contribute to the subject. In Zambia, we have 3 models that are working. We saw that initially we had 1 model, but eventually we adopted 3 models. So the first model initially is we did tax exemptions on the mobile network operators for all the active and passive equipment that they brought into the country, in order to encourage them to construct communication towers out of in unserved and underserved areas. And after that, we saw that actually it wasn't working efficiently because the mobile network operators were still constructing in the places where they had a proper business case. So the second one that we implemented after that one did not work, working with the private sector, is we've gone ahead monitoring the mobile network operators on that other aspect. We gave them the sites where they were supposed to install the mobile network operators. So we do have a universal access technical committee where we do check up on them. And this is, we get the chief technical officers from each mobile network operators to sit in with the technical staff. The second one is the central government itself has been installing communication towers in flood-prone areas and areas that we've identified that we need communication towers that are prone to hazards. And this money was gotten through a loan from the Chinese government through the China Exim Bank. And I think we installed about 1,009 towers, and this year we're doing another 300 towers through this loan. The third one is through the Zambia Information and Communication Technology Authority, which is a regulator. So we have a Universal Access Service Fund, we have a Universal Access Department, and we have this fund manager that's working under the regulator. And they are mandated also with contributions from the profits of the 3 mobile network operators, which are MTN, Airtel, and Zamtel, to construct communication towers. And I think this is how we've reached almost 98% coverage in the country. Further, we've worked with the NRENs, that is Zamren. We sit on the board through ZICTA as a ministry, and we have the electricity company ZESCO. We also have an infrastructure company called Infratel that is running the data centers and the fiber in the country that are sitting on the Zamren. I think through that we've been able to run fiber to most parts of the country through this collaborative effort. And we do have a collocation SI, like I mentioned. We had to come up with a a statutory instrument, that regulation that had to compel the infrastructure companies, that these are the carrier of carriers, as well as the NREDs to work together in order for them, even the ISPs and the mobile network operators to work together to lay down the fiber. So they are working together in these committees. I submit. Thank you.
Thank you, Zambia, for such an elaborative experience. And lastly, my time is almost finishing. Angola, in just a minute or two, then we conclude.
Thank you very much. Well, as I was explaining in my presentation regarding to the provision of satellite communication using AngoSat, I would like to share the experience that we are doing in our country. Taking into account what my colleague from DRC has mentioned, we know that the private company, all they do is business. Business is business. It has nothing to do with politicians, political stuff, things like that. Where they invest, they want the returning, they want the financial return on what was invested. So it's the responsibility of the government to ensure that the country really doesn't have problem in regarding to the digital divide. So it's a responsibility of the government to ensure that people are being connected. So we know that investing fiber optic infrastructure all over the whole country is quite challenge. It requires a lot of financial efforts. And we know as African, we have a lot of problems also to deal with. It's not only telecommunications. We have a poverty situation, medical issues, things like that. So looking at this, taking all these efforts only for telecommunication in order to solve connectivity is not easy. So what the government is doing in Angola, we are using AngoSat 2. AngoSat 2 to take communication to those places that they never had chance to communicate with the families in urban area. So as we can see that implementing optical fiber, for example, into a very remote zone where they never had communication is complicated for private company to invest because they know they won't have a profit. And most of the people or most of our family that live very, very far in terms of the financial resources, they don't have this capability. So it's a responsibility of the government to ensure that those people, they are also our citizens, they also deserve communication. So what we are doing with the private companies, we are using AngoSat 2. What they are doing, they have VSAT terminals, and then through AngoSat 2, they receive signal from the satellite, and then they connect VSAT to a local tower to enable communication. Because we know that the BTS works with BSC, base station controller. So that means if you want to reach a region that is very, very far, that means that you need to connect a lot of BSCs or a lot of microwaves. Is expensive. So by using satellite, you solve the problem at once. So satellite is as I said, is a viable solution for us, especially in Africa. I want to trace some issue regarding, for example, Starlink. I know that this is not a table for that, for this discussion, but within the Sadc, we were working on a position paper regarding to the NGSO satellite, for example. For example, we have Starlink, which is being enabled in Africa, whatever. We know that those families that live abroad, they will not afford it because it's expensive. So using geostationary satellite, of course, it will enable us to reach communication to those people. At this point in time, as I speak, in Angola, we have 18 provinces. Angola is very big, it's huge. Implementing optical fiber is not a viable way in order to solve a digital divide. But we have more than 14 points where we are using the VSAT terminals with the local operators to establish communication to those citizens, our citizens that since 1975 they never had a chance to connect with people that are living in the city. At this point in time, as I speak, they have internet, they are communicating, they have this chance through AngoSat 2. So this is the experience that I would like to to share with our member states that using satellite is also one of the solutions that we can look at it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. In conclusion, the last slide, I know the slides have been removed, but it was now questions and the remarks. So at this point, if there are any questions, thank you very much.
Thank you for the presentation. I just wanted to throw some spanners in the work. I will continue from where Angola left, and Angola can clarify. At one point in time, Angola offered other Sadc member states who wished to procure bandwidth from their satellite. The rates that they are providing is much cheaper than what you can get on the international market. And so this initiative, you can liaise with the ministry responsible for ICT in Angola on that. They can show you other initiatives that they have undertaken, like the Liga Liga project, connecting the rural communities using their satellite. Mozambique also, you may recall, tested a balloon system for internet access. So these are emerging technologies which in the future we should share and see how they can be deployed during an emergency. During COVID, our mobile operators enhanced the capacity of networks. Obviously, the NRA, like a colleague from Namibia said, they released additional spectrum so that to cater for internet, for the increased demand in internet access. But to respond to the issue or the topic that Mr. Bless from DRC raised about rural communities, we should find out what technologies are they using. Some use community radio. Some use HF radio, like FIBA radio, which is being broadcasted by BBC. In island states where I come from, most of the islanders use HF, maritime radio, or amateur radio, HF. So to get to them, or for them to participate and be part of emergency calls, you need to venture into the Amateur Radio Operators Forum. You raised the issue of drones, but there are entities in the country that also use drones. You may recall the media companies, some of them do have drones. This is a resource you could tap on for them to help and give you pictures, okay? Now, one of the biggest challenges in Africa is having a PPDR network. And I doubt if there's any SADC member state that has a full-blown PPDR network where all the first responders are on it. So, if you're looking for PPP, private sector participation, you could launch a tender that a private entity runs the PPDR. They can run the PPDR as a private radio mobile network, day-to-day service. In other words, this is business. But on top of this digital network, now you ride all the VPNs for fire brigade, for ambulance, for all the first responders, for the DRM agency and all that. So it's a way of not only government having to contribute to build a network across the whole country, because it doesn't make common sense. You have one person or one entity that builds it, and in order for them to make it sustainable, they provide services. Taxis uses radio, other entities uses radio, but when it comes to emergency, because it is digital, it is secured, you can do all that. And the technology exists. There's IDEN25, there's Tetra, and others. So these are some of the technologies that we need to look into. But I have a question for you. You mentioned drone taking pictures before and after. It's better to send a drone or rather to send somebody. Does WFP have any GIS-based systems where you put the pictures and superimpose it on different layers, using different layers? Because this is one of the tools that the NRA are looking for. because when they need tools to superimpose the vulnerability maps, the radio, TV, broadcasting coverage maps, the mobile operators maps. So are there any tools that you use when you get those pictures from those drones? Thank you. So it was some contribution and a question.
Thank you. Yes, we do. So in our case, like Cyclone Freddy, we got an expert from the WFP Drone Hub. And by the way, this WFP Drone Hub actually supports not only WFP, but they actually support the governments. So we got an expert who was processing the images to produce vulnerability maps and all the other various maps. We are still trying to build capacity within the country as Malawi through empowering the government and a few resources as well. But I think establishing our drone working group in Malawi now, they have developed a strategy where part of it is to actually empower and also work together with UNICEF to make sure that we can actually empower Malawians rather than always calling for experts outside the country. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Let's give a round of applause.
So we've reached the end of the workshop in terms of our presentations and sessions. Now comes the time where we look at the report that has been prepared for you. So the common practice is that we will put on the screen the draft report that we have prepared. It is work in progress. We're going to go through it very quickly to show you the various sections of how it has been structured. Then, which is the core of the presentation, is the conclusions and recommendations. We will go through that, and then the chair will take over one item at a time. We will amend to ensure that you all have consensus on the recommendations. Once we've exhausted the list, the chair will open the floor for member states to now add recommendations and conclusions. Following that, then the chair will invite you to adopt the report in principle. The Secretariat will circulate the report. As we leave today, the draft skeleton will be on the Colab server. But on Monday, close of business, you will receive a copy of the draft, and you will have until Friday, next Friday, to provide written comments. And then we close the door, we finalize the document, we send it to all participants, and then we also send it to all the principal secretaries and director generals and DGs of member states. Okay? So I will allow now Mr. Lungu to share on the screen the report that we've been working on. It is work in progress. Today we received 4 presentations, so that will come a little bit later. But the ones that we've been able to summarize have been captured. We try as much as we can to have all the relevant details in the report, so it becomes a more of a good reference for you. Then you don't have to go back to all the slides, and you just have the report. Mr. Lungu, you want to come up to the podium? Thank you. Zoom screen, please.
Just a minute, I'm just incorporating some final input. Thank you very much. Maybe you can project the report. Yes, so this is the report which we've prepared for the workshop. It is not finalized as Dr. George has indicated, but we've input most of the content which we received early, except things like today's presentations we have not yet updated. Presentations which were in French, so those are not yet done. But I'll just take you slowly through the structure of the report. Okay. So that's the title of the report. We convened from the 9th to the 11th in Lilongwe, Malawi. This is the table of contents. We'll have introduction, attendance, the opening ceremony information, then the organization of the work. The sections which are in yellow have not yet been populated. So the first session was the presentation by the consultant, then the implementation of the recommendations of the Sadc model NETP. We received presentations from SATA and CRASA. Unfortunately, they've sent an apology that they could not participate. We anticipated that they would be able to present even online, but yesterday they indicated that they got stuck with some transport issues, so they are unable to present in this particular session. Then we got presentations from GGPN, and then we went through the NETP process where member states presented their country presentations. So we've compiled all your presentations into some kind of a matrix. Then we received presentations on governance from Lesotho and Tanzania. And then there was an overview of the Sadc shock, early warning, initiative background, and then we had presentations from GSMA, ETC yesterday, and we moved on to updating of the focal points and the terms of reference, all the way up to session 9, which was today, where we had capacity building on the CAP, Common Alerting Protocol, and some demonstrations from the World Meteorological Organization. And then we concluded with WFP, showing us innovative solutions such as drones, which can be used in emergency telecommunication. So we'll conclude with conclusions and then recommendations. So after I present the report, we shall adopt it in principle. We'll focus mainly on the recommendations, as Dr. George has explained. So some of the annexes, they've already been uploaded to the shared platforms. So there's the list of participants, the adopted agenda, and then we've compiled a reference which you can find on the portal in a folder called references, courses which you can undertake on the ITU Academy, ETC, YouTube related to Common Alerting Protocol. So you can go and check out that document. It will help you to build capacity on all the areas which we've talked about today. So we just start with a background to the NETP and this workshop, the Sadc ministerial decision where they directed Sadc Secretariat to develop a model NETP for member states to domesticate. So this is just the background material. I'll move on to the introduction, where we introduce the workshop, which was convened by ITU and the Sadc Secretariat and hosted by the Republic of Malawi through MACRA. The objectives, these were captured in the concept note, which was shared with you, so I'll just quickly run through those. So in terms of attendance, what we've captured is we had 105 delegates, of which 87 were from SADC member states. So these are the people who registered for this particular workshop. And then some people were physical, others online. But the biggest delegation, of course, is from the Malawi delegation. So that's constituting the bulk of the attendees. We had SATA present. CRASA is not present, so they are not part of the meeting. Then we just go through the official opening ceremony, which was facilitated by Ms. Chikondi Kasambara as the Director of Ceremonies. Welcome remarks delivered by the Director, Mr. Kauka. Then Dr. George Athiu from SADC delivered some remarks. So those are captured in this section. Then Ms. Halima Letamo, the ITU area representative for Southern Africa, also delivered some remarks. So those are summarized and captured in this section. Ms. Rebecca Ada Donto also delivered some remarks which we've summarized. And finally, no, not finally, Ms. Loveness Ngwanga, representing Zimbabwe and chair of SADC, also delivered some remarks. But the keynote was delivered by the board chair of MACRA, Mrs. Bridget Chibwana. So the organization of work, as I indicated in the table of contents, so these are the sections which were captured in the table of contents. We had a presentation from Angola, which we've already summarized or captured. Then we had country presentations, which we've tried to capture into a matrix, so you can refer to this matrix to see what was presented in terms of just the headings, the current status, the legal frameworks which we picked up, the challenges and experience, the support areas, and the recommendations from the different member states. So some countries are not present, so probably take them out of the matrix, but for now, all the 16 are included. And then we captured the presentation from Lesotho and update from Tanzania. And then we had an overview of the shock. We've put a picture of the shock so that you're aware that this entity is actually a physical entity located in Nakala, Mozambique, and ready to serve the region in terms of emergency coordination. Early warning initiative background was presented, so we've captured a summary of it on this section. And then RIA yesterday presented on the usage of, under the, the usage of emergency telecommunications, which unfortunately failed to play, but Alinafe managed to present on her behalf. So that presentation is the one which is captured in this section. So these are the different case studies which ETC has undertaken. And then we had a presentation from Elliot on the Common Alerting Protocol. We don't have a presentation, so we'll have to go back to the video and then put some summary of his presentation in this section. And then cell broadcast, which was presented by Juan, has been captured in this section. And then we talked about the focal point persons, and we did an update, an exercise which we didn't finalize, so it's still ongoing, but a description of what transpired has been captured, and case studies of TORs, that agenda item was captured on this section. Then for today's presentations, we shall summarize and capture in these yellow sections. But the last presentation by Alinafe has already been captured, so that is the one regarding drones and other innovative technologies. So coming to the main section of this particular report, it's the conclusions. So I'll read out the conclusions and then the recommendations. So the Sadc delegates commended Sadc Secretariat and the ITU for having facilitated the Sadc NETP implementation and awareness workshop. Republic of Malawi was commended for hosting the Sadc model NETP. The workshop benefited from the participation of 12 Sadc member states, with some absentees: Botswana elections, Mozambique elections, Seychelles and South Africa were unable to participate. Although we do have some delegates from South Africa online, so probably we'll have to take out South Africa from this particular matrix. So they are not physically present, but they are delegates online. Then member states were commended for commencing the facilitation process for dialogue and engagement of all relevant emergency telecommunications stakeholders for the development of their NETP. Then the GGPN of Angola was commended for the draft proposal for VSAT satellite solution for emergency telecoms using ANGOSAT-2 satellite bandwidth for social good in the C-band and KU band, and to continue improving the said proposal with permanent packages and possibly free emergency SATCOMs as future generations of ANGOSAT may have the capability of smaller terminals or handheld devices. So we did hear that currently the terminals which may be able to be provided are large, but the future generations will probably result in smaller terminals. Participants commended the UNDRR, UNRCO, UNHCR, GSMA, World Food Program, ETC, WMO, and the ITU consultant, Mr. Juan Roden and Mr. Elliot Christian, for their contribution to the workshop. Then misinformation and fake information continue to be a challenge in the region, so this was noted. Capacity building to educate the wider public on the damage that can be done by sending fake messages is key. And then south-to-south exchange opportunities are the key to ensuring lessons learned are cascaded across the region and facilitate the adoption and adaptation of preparedness and response approaches which have worked in other member states. So this calls for strong regional level collaboration. So we wish to request all of you to continue with this collaboration which you've begun in our journey towards having NETPs across the region. Then PPPs have become a popular way for international organizations and governments to engage private sector in the delivery of ICT infrastructure and services with the aim of increasing ICT disaster resilience in all countries. Then the recent disasters which hit the region were noted, and the members reiterated the importance of putting in place immediate, speedy, and responsive processes and systems to ensure early warning for all and post-disaster responses are coordinated and effective. Then last conclusion is satellite could be a viable option to connect hard-to-reach areas where providing optical fiber is very expensive. I think Angola also reiterated this point. So coming to the recommendations, the following are the recommendations. Member states that are yet to provide to the Sadc Secretariat the names and contact details of their national NETP focal point person and alternates, which would be Botswana, Madagascar, Seychelles, and South Africa, to do so by the 18th of October, which is next week Friday. So South Africa already gave us one name, but we need at least two names. Member states that are yet to provide to the Secretariat the names and contact details of the head of their disaster risk management agencies, to do so by the same date, 18th October. And the member states that are interested in procuring Iridium or broadband global area network BIGAM Inmarsat terminals for permanent use may reach out to the ITU for more information and advice on comparative market pricings for equipment and subscription packages. Member states are encouraged to pursue the various NETP-related and CAP training courses at the ITU Academy, WMO, UNDRR, etc., and to convene national workshops for relevant stakeholders on the same. So this annex has been uploaded for you to refer. There are several links in the document, so you can just refer to that. Member states are encouraged to establish a roadmap for the development and implementation of their NETPs. Then member states are encouraged to have peer exchanges when convening NETP and early warning for all workshops, drills, exercises to support each other, domesticate the Sadc model NETP. So this was common in your presentations, so it's one of the recommendations. Then member states are encouraged to establish a database of contacts or frequencies of VHF, UHF, HF, maritime, National Coast Guard, PMR used by first responders. Then member states are encouraged to develop a national roadmap for their PPDR aligned with the Sadc framework for the harmonization of radio frequency spectrum for public protection and disaster relief, which was approved in July 2021 by the ICT ministers, and it includes RF bands for narrowband, wideband, and broadband PPDR systems, and to ensure interoperability and harmonization in the utilization of PPDR systems at the regional level and beyond. The member states are to review their national emergency telecoms infrastructure, which is the current status quo, and develop their national roadmap with regards to which technologies and solutions to implement. For instance, cell broadcast solutions, inclusive of either centralized or distributed CBEs or CBCs, or location-based SMS solutions. And based on your analysis and your country-specific contexts and readiness assessment, which you can, and readiness assessments of impact on end-user devices, hardware or software updates and upgrades. This comes from the input from Mauritius, from the experience of Mauritius, where they are implementing, but they have to, the citizens have to upgrade their devices to be compatible with their new configuration. So you need to assess all those as you endeavor to deploy some of these solutions. Then member states are encouraged to undertake tests of cell broadcast short message service, SMS, and accompanied with public awareness and sensitization. Recommendation 11, member states are encouraged to maintain an up-to-date register of early warning for all alerting authorities. Then recommendation 12 is to CRASA. CRASA is directed to update the recommendation on harmonization of emergency services numbering in Sadc of 2018 with toll-free, short code, and numbers used in new types of emergency services such as pandemics, disasters, etc., so as to promote the public safety response through the implementation of harmonized emergency number services in the Sadc region. So CRASA prepared this document, but they now need to update it in view of latest developments. CRASA is also directed to explore open data GIS tools or platforms to capture and populate with layers for vulnerability maps, network coverage maps, radio, TV, mobile, so the different types of technologies, dam locations, population settlement, emergency operation centers, and etc. for all SADC member states to implement this critical element of their NETP. This comes from experiences shared by member states, including Zambia, I believe, who spoke about GIS and mapping of dams, among other layers which you can map. Then SATA is directed to provide a status of its members that presently have the capability to provide cell broadcast SMS to be included in the workshop report by the 18th of October 2024. So SATA is to undertake some survey and find out which operators has this capability in place. Then the ITU is requested to provide training on the access, use, and standard operating procedures of the emergency telecoms equipment prepositioned to Zimbabwe, as well as in-depth training on CAP for the regional focal points. Then focal points from member states are encouraged to lead the setting up of required processes to activate requests, enable importation and exportation of emergency telecoms equipment, as well as secure pre-approvals or clearances needed before disaster strikes. The last two recommendations, SATA in collaboration with CRASA are directed to coordinate and facilitate cell broadcast SMS trials and testing on an annual basis based on best practice among its members in line with the regional guidelines being developed by CRASA, and prepare a report on their experience to be presented in the next workshop. And lastly, SADC Secretariat to explore and facilitate training opportunities for National Emergency Telecommunications Working Group focal point persons. So these are the recommendations which we've captured based on your inputs in the different presentations made by the different speakers of the meeting. So now, Madam Chair, I shall go back to the first recommendation for you to ask member states to adopt, as well as capture any missing recommendation or input.
Yeah, thank you. You may go ahead and start reading the first recommendation in member states to show by their flags how they adopt this. Go ahead. First recommendation.
So, Madam Chair, the first two recommendations are related, so probably member states can adopt them jointly. This is for members that are yet to submit, provide information to the SADC Secretariat, names and contact details of their focal point persons and alternates by 18th October 2024. Then member states are also asked to provide the heads of their DRM agencies by the 18th of October 2024. So we submit for adoption If any member state is in favor, you can just raise your nameplate to propose for adoption, and then another member state can second.
Swatini, Zambia, Zimbabwe.
You are moving to adopt?
Next recommendation.
So this recommendation is for member states interested in procuring your own satellite phones and emergency telecoms, similar to what ITU has. So I'll read it. Member states interested in procuring Iridium and broadband global area network BIGAM Inmarsat terminals for permanent use may reach out to the ITU for more information and advice.
Colleagues, you will recall when the question was posed that if you can get assistance of, I think it was in DRC, what are the rates, how much it cost, that please remember that ITU said that they only have Iridium and begun by Inmarsat. So if you're interested to procure such type of satellite system, one is LEO, one is GSO, you can request some information and assistance, and they may provide some guidance only on these two, because it is these two services that ITU has been granted free service. This is what they accord to is their administrations when they need for emergency telecoms. Okay.
Can we adopt the recommendation? Yes, DRC. Is that proposing?
DRC,
Supporting, adopting.
Malawi,
So that one is adopted, Madam Chair. The next recommendation has to do with member states being encouraged to pursue any TP-related courses, which we've provided in the annex, which is on the platform. So I believe this one is a straightforward one. Maybe we can have one member state proposing and another one seconding.
Perhaps here, Chisepo, just stop sharing and show colleagues the list of training that has been listed. There are 3 courses at the ITU Academy. There are several courses at WFP, some videos that we have made available from IFRC, UNDRR, and we also had some references today that we'll add on CAP editing tool, etc. We've hyperlinked everything for you. It'll be work in progress, but by Monday you'll have something which is good. Even the videos have been uploaded to the Collab server, the videos that we've been playing during the breaks.
So this is the annex which has the training courses. So there are 3 trainings on the ITU Academy: Introduction to Developing NETP, Are you able to see my presentation? Let me share it again. Delegates on Zoom, I hope you can see the presentation.
It's here.
It's bigger. Yeah, so these are the courses which we've managed to gather for members who are interested. It's training on NETP from the ITU Academy. There are 3 trainings: Introduction to NETP, the Tampere Convention, and then Practical Disaster Response, how to develop tabletop simulation exercises. So if you undertake these courses, they're all free, and you get a badge at the end of the training. I think that they take roughly about 3 or 4. Oh yeah, if you pass, I think the pass mark is like 60%, is it? So Dr. George and myself, we've already undertaken these first 3 courses. And then we've compiled some other courses on CAP from the WMO. So these are the ones you can just go, and some of them are videos, but you get to understand CAP basics, guidelines, as well as everything related to CAP. And then there are other courses from UNDRR, Red Cross, and then from Elliot, who presented CAP yesterday. We've compiled some YouTube videos, as well as a link to his alert hub, which he mentioned yesterday. So that's a resource which you can refer to. I hope it's visible on Zoom. So we move on to recommendation 5. Member states are encouraged to establish a roadmap for the development and implementation of their NETP. I believe it's pretty straightforward as well. I see Zambia nodding. I think they want to propose for adoption. A seconder, please. Yes, we have Malawi. So we can move on to the next one. Member states are encouraged to have peer exchanges when convening NETP and early warning workshops, drills to support each other, domesticate the Sadc model NETP. So we hope you've set up networks and you obviously have identified where you are lagging and which member states are advanced, so you can reach out to those particular member states, see what they're doing and how they've implemented whatever they seem to be ahead of you in terms of. So can we adopt this recommendation for collaboration? Yes, Eswatini and Zimbabwe. Then member states are encouraged to establish a database of contacts and frequencies to be used by the first responders. So the recommendation is on the screen. Can we adopt this recommendation? Malawi and Tanzania, thank you. Member states are encouraged to develop a national roadmap for their public protection disaster relief, aligned with the Sadc framework for harmonization of RF spectrum for public protection and disaster relief, which was approved by ICT ministers in 2021, which includes bands for narrowband, wideband, and broadband PPDR systems, and ensure interoperability and harmonization in the utilization of the PPDR systems at a regional level and beyond. So we can share this document in case some of you probably don't have it, but it was already approved by ministers, so we propose that we adopt the recommendation.
We are calling for the adoption of this recommendation.
Yes, thank you, Zimbabwe
and
and
Eswatini.
Eswatini. Then the next recommendation is member states to review their national emergency telecoms infrastructure and develop their national roadmap with regards to which technologies and solutions to implement, cell broadcast solutions, distributed or centralized location-based services, and based on your analysis and country-specific context and the readiness assessment on the impact on your end users, you can then propose a roadmap. So that is the recommendation, that you undertake an analysis of your environments and then develop a roadmap of how you proceed.
Malawi, thank you. In Mauritius.
Mauritius. Thank you. Malawi, do you want to take the floor? Or you are proposing for adoption?
I thought you asked, though, we are actually raising to adopt.
Yes, we are. Okay, thank you. We just wanted clarity. Then the next one is member states are encouraged to undertake tests of cell broadcast SMS and accompanied with public awareness and sensitization. So it's related to the previous recommendation. You can request your MNOs to see if they already have these capabilities, because SATA informed us that the standard is there. Even the consultant says the standards are there, but what will be missing is probably the CBE and the CBC. So you can just go back to your MNOs and see which member states may already have capability. We note that Mauritius seems to be already advanced in this regard.
The other important aspect there is the piggybacking of the public awareness, because that's the perfect timing to have mass sensitization on what cell broadcast and early warning is all about.
So member states are encouraged to maintain an up-to-date register of early warning alerting authorities. Did we adopt the previous recommendation? No. So probably we can propose on second. So I would encourage you to also refer to the Mauritius presentation for more information on cell broadcast. I think it was a good one. The next one is you're encouraged to maintain an up-to-date register of early warning for all alerting authorities. Can we adopt? Yes, Malawi, thank you. And DRC. Then the next recommendations are for CRASA, which is the body which encompasses regulators, to update the recommendation it made in 2018 with new information from the NETP. So to update all those proposals on toll-free, short codes, numbers, to be used for emergencies and pandemics, and improve public safety response through the implementation of harmonized emergency number services in the Sadc region. Any proposal? Yes, thank you, Zimbabwe. Seconda, we have Malawi. Then CRASA again to explore the use of GIS tools to capture and populate with layers for vulnerability maps, network coverage maps, dams, populations, satellite services, emergency operation centers for all SADC member states to implement this critical element of their NETP. So the NETP proposed certain activities which CRASA was supposed to undertake. So this recommendation is in line with some of those proposals. Can we adopt? Yes, Eswatini and Zimbabwe. Then the next one is SATA is directed to provide a status of its members that presently have capabilities for cell broadcasts to be included in the workshop report by the 18th of October. So we shall follow up with SATA. I think they are not in the meeting, but they have to just ask their members which of them have this capability. Can we adopt the recommendation? So this one is adopted. Then ITU is requested to provide training on the access, use, and standard operating procedures of the emergency telecoms equipment positioned in Zimbabwe, as well as in-depth training on CAP for the regional focal point persons or their alternates, or probably under their alternates. Can we adopt the recommendation? Yes, thank you. Then the focal points are encouraged to lead the setting up of required processes to activate requests, enable importation and exportation of emergency telecoms equipment, as well as secure pre-approvals or clearances needed before disaster strikes. This will be part of the training which I believe ITU will provide. But can we adopt the recommendation? Thank you, Namibia and Lesotho. Then the last two, it's SATA in collaboration with CRASA to coordinate and facilitate cell broadcast trials on an annual basis among its members in line with the regional guidelines being developed by CRASA, and prepare a report on their experience to be presented in the next workshop. And the last one is Secretariat to explore and facilitate training opportunities for the NETP working groups, focal point persons. So we can adopt the two recommendations jointly. Yes, Malawi, thank you. And any seconder, Zimbabwe. So is there any other recommendation which you feel we should add before we adopt the report? So what we are going to do is we are going to adopt the report, mainly the recommendations. We shall not change the recommendations, but we shall update the missing sections, and then we shall circulate the report probably Monday or Tuesday for you to yeah, by COB Monday, for you to provide input. Probably we'll give you up to Friday. So you can go through the report from Tuesday up to Friday. Activate track changes, make any corrections, send back the reports to us to finalize. And then by Friday, at close of business, we'll consider the report finalized, and then we shall share it with your principals. So can we adopt the recommendations and the report in principle, if there are no additional recommendations? Yes, Zambi. You are moving to adopt? Okay.
So what we'll do, we will upload this draft the way it is, at least you have something. And on Monday, we will post the draft version, and we will send to you the draft version that you provide comments. Comments must be in track changes, and comments like you normally do in Word. Okay? Then we will finalize, and the following week, we will send you all copies. We'll put the PDF version, and all the permanent secretaries will also have a copy. Okay? But we will work with ITU to make sure that the recommendations part are aligned and it captures everything. We're very happy that we were spot on the recommendations. I always tell my colleague, if there are no additions, that means you are thinking just like us. Thank you so much. Okay, the next agenda item is the closing ceremony. So I will leave. I will put one more chair here for Mr. Bless and Director Edward to come up and do the closing ceremony. Okay?
So we shall upload the presentation on the collaboration folder for all people to access, including the virtual participants. In case there was some challenges, maybe you couldn't see the report properly online, you can check on the report in probably 10 minutes or so.
As we're waiting for one more chair for the official closing ceremony, you agree with me, it's been 3 days or 4 plus the local one that we had very insightful presentations, a lot of lessons learned, and a lot of networking that has happened. Give ourselves a big round of applause for the participation. Just a few housekeeping issues. We will break shortly after the closing remarks. We'll break for lunch and also to give room to our delegates to walk around, move around, see the beautiful Lilongwe before our cocktail at 6:30. So this is me announcing that at 6:30, right in this conference room, we'll have our final networking ceremony, which is an informal cocktail. Make it to the cocktail, please. This is the last item that the host intends to treat you before your departure to your various destinations. So another announcement should be that there was a form that was going around yesterday The intention was that every one of us, especially those that are flying out of Malawi, confirm the time for their flights and the days for our flights for logistical purposes. Do we still have that form around? Is there anyone amongst us who hasn't filled in that form? So I assume we have all given our details for our flights, correct? Thank you so much. Another announcement would be that pickups for the airport tomorrow will happen 2 hours before your flight. So depending on what you filled in that form, you will be picked up 2 hours before your scheduled time of flight. Please, 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 Lilongwe is characterized by traffic jams. You might miss your flight if you're late. So my advice is that you stick to the time that you filled in and be very vigilant, because tomorrow, 2 hours before your scheduled time of flight, the logistics says you will be picked up. So in case you didn't fill in that form, please make sure that you fill in that form. And
Madam Director, can I just ask a quick question?
Yes.
What is the normal allowable time for check-in in Malawi for international flights? Because if we do 2 hours, then it means you get to the airport, there's just 1 hour.
1 hour.
Yeah, so
I'm sure it's the same 2 hours, which means you
it's
will
2
not
hours,
make
which
it,
means
yes.
then we need to be picked up maybe
3
hours before the scheduled
time.
flight. Yeah.
Yes. So that's correct. 3 hours. Okay, fine. So that will be an amendment that ought to be looked into for the logistical purposes. So it means 3 hours. So if your flight is at 6 a.m., there is no sleeping tonight. And make sure you don't have more than necessary during the cocktail. So please take note of that, all right? At this juncture, let me give the floor now to those in charge at a high table for the official closing ceremony, starting with the Vice Chairperson of Sadc, and then the remarks from ITU, remarks from the Chair of Sadc Zimbabwe, and finally the host Director for Telecommunications, Edward Gauka, will do that, and then I'll make announcements for lunch, so we break this afternoon to meet again in the evening. Over to you.
I think you are the one to start. You want me to start after? Even though I work with politicians as a chief of staff in a minister's cabinet, but I'm not very used with protocols, so understand that I'm not that much comfortable with this. Thanks for the honor given to me to deliver these gratitude words in a form of vote of thanks. Since I'm not going to do this in my personal name, I'll do this in my country's name. So allow me to deliver it in the member state allowed official language, which will be French, so that our friends also from interpretation, they can have some extra and last work to do. Chers collègues, distingués participants, distingués invités, et très particulièrement les organisateurs et les pays hôtes de cet atelier qui nous a réunis autour d'une thématique assez importante pour notre secteur des télécommunications, du numérique et en fait de tout ce qui est ICT, les TIC, à savoir les télécommunications d'urgence. Il est très particulier à comprendre, c'est pas très difficile, à se rendre compte que notre continent particulièrement, et comme je l'avais dit lors de ma dernière intervention, notre sous-région de la Sadc est malheureusement, mais de manière naturelle, très exposée à certains désastres, à certaines catastrophes naturelles, indépendamment de la volonté humaine, mais auxquelles tant le gouvernement, avec l'assistance des partenaires et avec des organisations régionales aussi actives que la nôtre et la Sadc, devait y répondre. Et je crois que cet atelier, brillamment organisé, tant par les organisateurs que je vais citer, que par le pays hôte, a vraiment mis le point, a relevé l'importance et certains défis sur cette problématique des alertes précoces, que nous appelons en anglais early warnings, et aussi de catastrophes naturelles. C'est ainsi que je m'en vais remercier en tout premier l'Union internationale des télécommunications, qui a été particulièrement présente ici au travers de Madame Alima, envers qui nous adressons tous nos remerciements pour le soutien, pour l'encadrement et aussi pour une partie pour permettre la participation dans plusieurs des interventions. Vous avez souvent entendu parler de la contrainte budgétaire, des difficultés financières des gouvernements, et suite à cela, vous avez quand même pu répondre dans la mesure du possible avec un fonds pour permettre à certains participants, certains délégués des pays, au travers d'une bourse, des l'UIT pour lesquelles nous vous remercions. Et aussi plusieurs présentations de M. Juan, qui n'est plus ici, je pense qu'il est déjà parti. En tout cas, l'UIT a été présente et nous vous adressions tous nos remerciements. Et je ne pourrais pas aller plus loin sans pouvoir justement maintenant me référer au secrétariat de la Sadc, au travers nos amis George, Dr George et M. Chisepo Lungu, que je connais depuis pratiquement maintenant 10 ans, et qui sont toujours assez présents et très très actifs et très collaboratifs avec les États membres. Ils sont patients, nous avons nos problématiques, mais ils sont très patients, ils ont la compréhension. Un tout grand merci à vous pour cette dévotion et la manière dont vous prenez à cœur votre mission avec beaucoup de dévotion et de passion. Nos remerciements vont aussi aux partenaires que nous avons cités, que M. Chisepo a cités dans son rapport. Je vais les citer, les UNDRR, le programme mondial d'alimentation, en fait les WFP, le programme mondial de météorologie, WMO, le UNHCR, qui ont aussi été présents, ETC, la GSMA, qui ont très certainement contribué, je pense, en ligne, et tant d'autres organisations ou partenaires internationaux qui, d'une manière ou d'une autre, ici physiquement ou en ligne, ont pu contribuer à la mise à niveau de notre connaissance et en tout cas à cette prise de conscience par rapport à cette problématique des catastrophes naturelles. Toute la gratitude aussi à tous les participants, principalement mes collègues délégués des différents pays membres de la Sadc. C'est une grande famille de 16 pays. Certains ont pu le faire ici physiquement, j'espère d'autres en ligne, mais j'espère qu'avec l'aide du secrétariat, la sensibilisation du secrétariat, par rapport à des thématiques aussi importantes, le nécessaire sera fait que nous nous réunissons physiquement avec le plus grand nombre possible de participants. En tout cas, toute notre gratitude à vous, différents délégués qui sont venus des différents pays. Et aussi, principalement, notre profonde gratitude au pays hôte, le Malawi. Pour moi, personnellement, c'est la seconde fois de visiter ce pays officiellement. Le Malawi n'a ménagé, en tout cas, aucun effort pour nous mettre à l'aise dans tous les dispositifs au travers l'autorité de régulation, le MACRA, pour autant l'accueil, l'encadrement, les facilitations logistiques. Et maintenant, la maître de cérémonie nous a dit qu'il y aura encore un cocktail. Donc le pays hôte a fait tout ce qu'il pouvait pour nous mettre à l'aise. Et nous, délégués, principalement délégués des États membres venus de l'étranger, nous en sommes reconnaissants et nous vous exprimons ici toute notre gratitude. Et aussi notre attention particulière à Madame la présidente de la cérémonie, qui a brillamment, en tout cas, conduit ces travaux. La conséquence en est que, malgré l'état intensif de nos travaux, les 3 jours très intenses, 4 jours, comme a dit le maître des cérémonies, pour ceux qui ont commencé ici, nous avons pu atterrir aujourd'hui, à cet instant, à un très bon moment. Donc, c'est grâce à votre leadership, votre présidence, avec l'assistance du secrétariat très certainement, que cette réunion, cet atelier s'est très bien déroulé. Nos remerciements aussi à l'égard de la SATA et surtout du personnel technique, le support technique IT qui a pu être à l'œuvre pour que autant tout se passe bien dans la salle et aussi pour ceux qui suivaient la cérémonie, en fait, les travaux à distance. Toute notre gratitude à vous et nous espérons que nous aurons encore une autre opportunité dans les temps à venir, selon le besoin, de nous retrouver et d'avoir encore des travaux assez laborieux, mais surtout pour le bien de notre population. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair of Sadc for this year. I think you have made our job very easy because in your remarks you captured and thanked and appreciated most of the key players for this workshop. It makes our job a lot easier. Maybe just to say from the ITU side, we are really grateful. Just to note the comprehensive recommendations that have been drawn out of this particular event. The contributions from you, the delegates, sharing with us the perspectives of where you are in your respective countries has given us a very powerful tool that we can use as the ITU to work towards supporting you as much as we can and guiding any interventions. I think most of the time when you are sitting in the position of an international organization, there is a belief that you know it all. But I think most of us in this room know that we only know what we know, and we don't know what we don't know. So it takes gatherings like this for us to teach each other, to learn from each other, and most importantly, to ensure that whatever we do and plan comes from an informed position. So let me thank you very much, dear colleagues, for the inputs that you have made, your active interaction and participation during the meeting, and most importantly, for sitting here for 3 continuous days, engaged fully, representing your respective countries. You should be proud of yourselves, and I believe your countries should be proud to have sent you here to represent them. And if you allow me, Madam Chair, I would like to just request the House to just give themselves a very loud clap and round of applause for the great job that we have done in the past 3 days. Thank you very much, colleagues. And maybe I take this opportunity to also thank the Sadc Secretariat. You have been wonderful partners throughout this process. I have personally enjoyed working with you, and I know the ITU as a whole is appreciative of the efforts you have put into ensuring this event is a success. It is through collaborations like this, as the previous speaker just mentioned, we can all do it if we work together. And it's through collaborations like this that we are able to achieve what we can achieve and to achieve our mandate. I always say, whenever I retire or progress to another life, whichever comes first, I would like for it to happen. I would like to be in a position where I can say, when the ITU trusted me with this responsibility, I did the best that I could do to ensure that the countries that I served were supported. And I believe through your support, our colleagues from the Sadc Secretariat, we can together achieve this. And I have seen that we share almost similar sentiments, and I'm really grateful for the effort you have put into this. And to the Secretariat, or to the Chair of Sadc, Madam, you have done a great job in leading us through this particular event. We should particularly acknowledge your diligent work in chairing this session. It is never easy to chair sessions like this, but you have been courageous. You sat there with us through all the 3 days and managed to navigate through the waters and lead us until we reached this concluding point. We are appreciative of your time, your effort, and most importantly for your representation. It is not just the work that you are doing here today, but just your presence, standing here on behalf of the Sadc chair, is a great contribution to this particular event. So thank you immensely from the ITU. And lastly, but not least, or maybe one before last, let me thank immensely the MACRA team. Colleagues, you have been amazing. The organizers of this event, as we can all allude to, have done a great job. Director Kauka, please relay our sincere thanks to Director General Suleiman and to yourself and your team for the great work that you did in putting this event together. All of us here may have had the opportunity to host events like this or even bigger ones. And we know the challenge that we face when we are organizing such events. It is the reputation of ourselves as individuals. It is the reputation of the organization. It is the reputation of the country that is at stake when we take on the responsibility to host events like this. And to have done it so diligently and so efficiently is highly commendable. We would like to thank you and thank you again and again for this great work. You have made us comfortable. You have shared with us a bit of the Malawian culture. You have ensured we enjoy the beautiful Malawian cuisine. And most importantly, you have shown us the greatest asset that Malawi holds, which is the personality of its people. And I think this is something that as a country you should be very proud of and continue to uphold it. The smiles that you gave us made it feel like home for us, right from the people that received us when we arrived to the teams that you have engaged that are working at the back end, your service providers giving us all the beautiful pictures and the videos, connecting us online, ensuring that we have continued connectivity, ensuring that we are able to communicate with each other through interpretation. You have all done it with a smile. I know we sometimes put a lot of pressure on you because we have certain expectations and standards, but you have been able to handle our requests diligently, and we are grateful for this. It made our job very, very easy, and I want to end my remarks by saying again to you, colleagues in Malawi, you should also be very, very proud of yourselves, and we are proud of you and thankful to have had the opportunity to visit your lovely country. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, the Deputy Chair and ITU rep. You have made my life easy. I say to you, distinguished guests, honorable partners, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the government of Zimbabwe and the Sadc Chair, I extend my gratitude on this workshop. And to you participants, we have been very active. We have shared your contributions to each one of you. You have shared your experiences. You have aired what was NEP to you, and you have done it very well. And I want to thank you. And as we conclude this workshop, we have takeaways which you have taken, and we will continue doing what we have learned in this workshop. And I want to extend my sincere thanks to the Sadc Secretariat. You have been very helpful. You have made my life easy when I was sitting there, because at first I was very nervous, but you made my life very easy. I want to thank you. And to ITU, continue supporting us. And to the Sadc member states, we have gathered so much, And we know we need to continue collaborating when, on this important endeavor, because we know our region is disaster prone. We have faced so many disasters which have destroyed our telecommunications, which have destroyed communications. We cannot name them, but you know, this is what our region is. And we have started this, and we need to continue doing it. I know some countries, they are in the process of establishing the NET-TRP. Then, and some they are also still consulting. We continue doing what we have started. We don't lay back, but we continue so that our region, we prosper our region, we save lives in our region. We want to endeavor that economic in our region continue to prosper. We thank you. And to the partners, to the international partners, you have shared your experiences, and we want to thank you. Thank you so much. As we go to our respective places, I say to you, safe journey, and continue collaborating and continue sharing. Thank you so much. We thank you.
They say good things must come to an end. On the social part of life, you have kept us company since 4 days ago. To you, George, Giuseppe, ITU, we say thank you very much for being with us. And would have wished for you to stay for another day and maybe leave on Sunday. Thank you very much for this wonderful. Distinguished guests, honorable delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It has been a marathon of 4 days. I think we can give ourselves a round of applause. Thank you very much. As we draw to this impactful and insightful workshop to a close, it is my distinct honor on behalf of the DG, who have been presenting since 4 days ago, and also on behalf of the board of MACRA, who gave us an opening remarks, and indeed on behalf of the government of Malawi, and in partnership with the ITU and Sadc Secretariat, to express our heartfelt gratitude to all of you who have contributed to the success of this event. Over the past 3 days, we have delved into critical discussions, shared experiences, and strengthened our collective commitment towards the effective implementation of the Sadc Model National Emergency Telecommunication Plan, an ETP, and the Air Warning for All. Together, we have enhanced our understanding and readiness to harmonize emergency response mechanism across the region in alignment with the Common Alerting Protocol, CAP. The knowledge and insight we have gained here will significantly shape our nation and regional preparedness to respond to disaster and emergencies with enhanced communication tools and systems. This workshop has underscored the importance of building resilient telecommunication infrastructure and inclusive early warning systems that account for all members of society, including persons with disability and those with special needs. We have heard valuable contributions from ITU, SATA, GGPEN, WMO, WFP, GSM, member states, national regulatory authorities, ICT, and disaster risk management agencies, and other key stakeholders who participated in this workshop. Your active engagement has been crucial in shaping the path forward, ensuring that we leave this workshop not only better informed, but also better equipped to implement practical solutions at the national level. As Malawi, we are proud to have hosted this important event and to have facilitated an environment where collaboration and knowledge exchange has thrived. And thank you to ITU for choosing Malawi. It is our hope that the momentum built here will continue, and that together we will achieve a region fully prepared for emergencies where lives are protected through robust, reliable, and inclusive early warning systems. I would like to thank the International Telecommunications Union, ITU, the Sadc Secretariat, and all supporting partners for their invariable collaboration. I also extend my sincere appreciation to all participants who came here, who have traveled from near and far, as well as those who joined us virtually, for your commitment and dedication. As we conclude this workshop, let us remember that the work does not end here. The journey towards a harmonizing and operationalization and Netp continues, and each of us has a critical role to play in ensuring that the plan and frameworks discussed here are translated into real, tangible actions in our respective countries. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your participation and contribution. We wish you your safe travel back home and look forward to continue collaborating in future. Ziko Mokwambiri, merci beaucoup, to obrigado. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I've just been reminded, I think this is the end of the workshop. Consider this workshop closed. Merci beaucoup.
Since the meeting has officially been closed, consider this as the official lock. We will proceed to lunch, and lunch is being served right to my right-hand side, most of you to your left. Not the usual places that we were having our lunch at, just outside there's a setup there. Are they calling it Blue Roof or something like that? Just outside, that's where we're having our lunch. After which, remember to come back at 6:30 because our host is also hosting us to a cocktail. Enjoy the rest of the day. Let's meet at 6:30 for a cocktail. Thank you.